twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Keshe Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology to solve numerous problems facing the African nation. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise and Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity, and we hope to see you there. The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and specialty to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, veterinarians, as well as registered alternative healthcare practitioners. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today.
Welcome everyone to the 141st Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, October 13th, 2016. And as always, we're here with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. And he'll deliver today's latest news in the world of plasma. And we hope to hear from Carrie Ellis and Whitney Fisher on their workshop tour, their US and Canada workshop tour, as well as the usual repertoire of many things that we see on this show. Okay, I think we're ready to begin. Mr. Keshe, are you available there?
Yes, good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers broadcasts. Welcome to nearly 3 years of teaching, where we've been teaching flawlessly for nearly just about 3 years. And it brings into light there is a lot of information still to be shared and a lot of us to learn a lot and teach each other about. One of the main points today is we've been teaching relentlessly going forward, trying to cover every aspect. Thus we decided to allow any questions which enlightens us to be asked, and we try to find or try to answer it. And we'll see what's the progress in the background, what is going on, how the technology and the foundation develops. As you have seen, we have a major conference on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. This is one of the most important lectures and scientific papers ever be issued by, or beginning of it, of the Keshe Foundation. In the conference, some of the leading African scientists will participate from universities and different institutes. The meeting is as part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation. I have explained this before. I go over it that you understand what it means, this conference, for the foundation and for what is to come in the future. We have brought a new technology, we have brought a new school of thoughts, we have brought a new ethos in the knowledge sharing. And this does not go in the grain or with the grain of a lot of people who especially have degrees, especially have a lot of work they've done in the background in their life, and now something new has come, which more or less puts a lot of things they've done out of line of thinking for them. So they have to oppose it. And trying to disperse the knowledge in a correct way, we needed to teach. So we started teaching over 3 years ago, actually over 20 years ago, different kind of teaching started. In that process, we have millions of people around the world who are testing, who are trying, who are developing different aspects of the technology. Some tried even in conferences to mention the Keshe Foundation name as technology, and they were barred from presenting, even as recent of past couple of weeks in the way we hear. We know scientists who had to go around to teach the Keshe Foundation technology without mentioning, because they were told their papers would not be accepted even for their PhDs. This brought us to the point that we saw a huge obstacle in trying to bring the knowledge in a scientific world. So the alternative to it was, now that we have the institute, now that we have several hundred students in different languages, they cannot be crucified, they cannot be castigated because they cannot publish their work. They cannot bring it into public. So what we done, we went to the next step. We organize our own international spaceship technology conferences, where you as public scientists who are joining in as doctors and scientists submit their papers in public arena. We could organize small conferences and just to have a conference, but this wasn't what I call the main objective of the whole process, to bring the knowledge. What we done, we gone a step further. We have invited world leading scientists from Africa to join us, and willingly they have accepted. We expect maybe between 150 to 200 scientists and maybe some public. We are told during the process of the conference some of the leading politicians will join. The coverage will be heavy by African nations media, and we've been promised that the technology will be dispersed in Africa very rapidly. So on the back of what we've done, now teaching. Now the students have become teachers, as you've seen many of them in the background in teaching. The workshops, now Keshe Foundation plasma scientists have a platform to submit their work officially as in conferences to the other scientists. We don't ask what's your background, where you come from. We look to listen and learn about the new technology. We look and listen in what more we can add to the knowledge. So the next step for us was the establishment of the conferences, international conferences, at least twice a year, and to carry this through over next year, 2 years, 3 years, and publish the papers. This is how we release the knowledge, especially to the scientific world. When they ask, is there any publication? Yes, there is a conference. There is a conference, papers have been published. So we create the credibility according to their standard. But in fact, most of you have seen and heard this before in different part of the teaching and development. So this is a natural progress from teaching to conferences to share more between the scientists. And at the same time, the next step is what comes of these teachings, what these conferences leads to research, development, and other things. We have come to this point, and the next step to this is how we bring the technology to be taught as it started in different school of thoughts, in different schools and education backgrounds. So this conference is the first of many to come in people submitting their understanding and the way what they have discovered. The presentation of this week is mainly by what we call the African Scientists and Technology Development. It will be submitted by the African, what we call scientists of the new plasma technology. And we go across the world. We might bring some other scientists that they do live presentation as they could not come. This will be part of the development of the technology in sharing knowledge. Those scientists who would like to share their knowledge, but they cannot be in position, we use the latest technologies to share, and they submit their papers and their knowledge. Ghana is more or less upon us, and the next call is 29, 30 and 31st of March 2017 in Rome. We have already got a number of doctors we have invited to submit their papers or their finding. We have a number of others who we have invited to join in, and we are in that process. So I would like to thank Benjamin and all the ones in the background in Ghana and across the world, Keshe Foundation, who supported, developed and looked after the nourishment of this conference. It is a very difficult conference to run. First of all, there is a lot of long distance connections, and on the other hand, whoever was to come, they need a lot of injections and other things to look after their care, health. In any case, we will see this conference through with success. We have already been assured of it. Benjamin is in Ghana. He will deliver it. He will see it through. And others from the Keshe Foundation who are on their way, and they will arrive in the next few days in Accra to see and support the technology and its development and its spreading of the knowledge. There's another point which I have to explain and declare, that in the next couple of weeks we will announce the members of the Keshe Foundation World Council. These are the 6 people who have, according to the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, understood the technology, at the same time have been serving and looking after the spread of the knowledge in a correct way, and in so many ways they have been the pioneers, and they have been the people in the background working hard in different aspects of technology. 3 of the members have already accepted. Hopefully by next week we'll receive confirmation from the other 3, and we will announce the World Council. You got to understand, we do not call it world government. Man does not needed to be governed anymore. Man needs to be consulted with, that he can add from his soul and physicality to the elevation of the other man. So we do not call it the world government, we call it the World Council. And the Council's job is and will become part of the structure of literally looking after every individual in different aspects. Most of the Keshe Foundation supporters know some or most of these people. We have not gone, and the situation which we have set is not by election that we elect. We ask if their soul and the physicality is in the state of serving humanity for the betterment of mankind. And strange enough, one of the first ones I called, he said yes, why not? It's a privilege. So we have set up, as we said, the Universal Council, which acts as of the Parliament, and we set the leadership of the planet. In time will not be election, but there will be selection of the souls and desire to serve humanity. In the first step, we have requested if they would like to support through their souls the elevation of the humanity to a new standard, where the leaders work across and with each other to improve the humanity and bring peace across mankind in every shape or form and the planet. In the next couple of weeks, you will meet the World Council. They will introduce to them. They will explain to you what is the thought and what is their wish. And if you are of the school of thought of the Keshe Foundation, you will find you follow the direction, the course for humanity which is laid out by their wishes. There is no rules passed that you can break it. The rules is judged by your soul and your conduct. We are on the process of setting up of the what I call police or protection units of the council, and our commercial, what we call economical arm, is on its way to complete. In the coming time, we announce the Keshe Foundation banking system. In this process, we are setting up the world government aside from the World Council. We'll see in time that the process will set itself in very rapidly, because you cannot fight a man who is a member of the World Council who wishes nothing but peace and provides the tools of peace and comfort of the man. The only person who will fight this situation is the man which aggression is part of his character. And we know how to handle with those as well. We know how to deal with them, not by fighting, but by elevating their souls to the level that they understand their position. In the coming time, we'll expand on this. The Universal Council will join us in the coming time into public meetings where the councils will come out of their, what I call, the shell of being the Universal Council members, and on a regular basis we hear the wishes of them, which when it resonates with our souls, we will carry it out and it brings us peace. Rick, you wanted to share some knowledge with us, but among other people. Could you please let us know what you have to share this week, and then we try to add knowledge to it whenever it's appropriate.
Okay. Would you want to start off with the workshop tour?
Yes, they've done a very good job in North America and Canada.
Okay, let's see if we can get Carrie on here. Carrie, are you available? Let me unmute you there.
Hey, Rick.
Hi, Carrie.
We have, I'm going to get in the other room because we have two computers on here. We've got me in one room and Whitney and Heather in another room. And we all have slides from the workshop if you want us, or I mean from the tour if you want us to show you a few. And just to
Yes,
say,
absolutely.
Yeah, just to say, first of all, Whitney and I both are so privileged and honored to be part of what is going on with this plasma energy movement with the Keshe Foundation. I mean, all I can say is it's just a privilege to be doing this and to be out sharing it. And we recognize the value of what's going on the planet hugely. So, let's see. You put that picture up. I can just get.
I thought I just put that up because that was from the Vancouver workshop. And
yeah.
That's on our left. That's Whitney, and on the right is Carrie, and that's Allie in the middle. So that was a good picture.
That's awesome.
So you can do screen share then and show us directly.
Okay. Should I hit start video, or will you do that?
Do you have to start your video, or are you going to show pictures from your? I'm
going to screen share. Thank you. I forgot about that. Okay. And
please make sure you share your open your screen fully before you share, please.
Yes.
Yeah, just share your pictures rather than the whole screen top.
Right.
Desktop. Okay, so I'll probably have to stop my sharing in order for you to share. So, okay, it's coming through here.
How's that?
Yes, you're seeing a beautiful poster there. This is your new poster format. Is that true?
Yeah, that was kind of just a slide that we used at the beginning of the tour, and Whitney and I joined up. Whitney, excuse me, Whitney really co-founded something called Many Hands for Peace, and it's about people coming together as community to learn how to use plasma technology and to build devices together, because together we have many skills. And that was the amazing thing that we saw as we traveled when we brought people together, how just incredible each person's talent was, down to people even bringing cookies. We had that, and that was fun. So and then 21st Century Superhuman is kind of my background, my book, my teaching, and so I've been out teaching that, and so we kind of blended those two things together. And I'll just zip through some of these slides. I just put an overview in here. I basically started out in Florida and drove across the country, and it was like something just said to me, take plasma across North America. The kind of craziness was going on with the election, and it just felt like we needed more plasma energy in North America. So I just listened. This little voice said, just drive it across. And as I left and Mrs. Keshe realized what was going on, she messaged me and said, please take GANs to Standing Rock. And I had already really wanted to do that. So I carried a lot of things in my vehicle and had many amazing experiences because of it. I had a lot of GANs with me in different forms, in balls and bottles and jars. And I actually did a show on I do these 21st Century Superhuman shows, which are easily available on YouTube and my website, 21stcenturysuperhuman.com. But this is about that story of bringing the GANs to Standing Rock. And also, one of the things that gets talked about in the plasma technology is how we can see, bolts of lightning, bolts of light, and rainbows and plasma light. And after I went to Standing Rock, I was driving through eastern Montana, and I went through this valley, and I literally saw, probably 30 to 50 rainbows. It was just one after another after another. And I felt like we just amplified the plasmatic field. And there were some really amazing people that I met in the journey to bring this to Standing Rock. And I also talked to other people who were choosing to do the same thing. And I was asked not to really talk too much about it personally by the people who took it, but it felt like a huge blessing. A woman and I just stood there with tears in our eyes, and I just was able to tell her many of us in the world are standing with them. And she was
Can I interrupt?
Yes,
Could
please.
you explain about the Standing Rock? Because a lot of people don't know what it is.
Okay. It's a place where many, many people have gathered. I don't even know what the numbers are right now, but predominantly Native American people, but many others have gone to join them because there isn't, one of the big oil companies is attempting to put a pipeline through incredibly pristine, beautiful country. It will pollute 4 giant rivers if that is done. And it's that, the people are standing up and saying, we don't want this to be done on planet Earth anymore. And the corporate culture is attempting to push its way through. So it's been a very important movement, I think, of the voice of the people for planet Earth. And it was really a privilege to bring that there. And I also brought some nano-coated copper in a special infinity loop that I gave her, and a Triskelion in a medallion. So she explained to her how to take it back and do prayers with the water. I gave her some health pads also, and explained a number of things. So anyway, it was really a blessing to take that there. And this is some of the GANs I was carrying with me on the trip across country. And as I got out to Montana, Whitney, the day before I got there, and I got there a day late because of going to Standing Rock, she had set up to participate in a festival of peace at this Garden of 1,000 Buddhas. And we seemed to end up kind of right near Buddhist centers as we've been doing this tour. So Carolyn DeAngelis came out there and joined her on that. And I don't really have pictures of them doing that, but it was really a beautiful Buddhist center. And a number of people came that day. They sat with people and made health pens and health pads and had a really fantastic time. This particular center, a man had envisioned it as a child in Tibet and became a lama, ended up in prison for 8 years, and then came and found this piece of land. And all these little Buddhist statues, people donated $1,000 each and made these statues, hand-packed them on the property. And he was able to buy the property because of that. This was the property he had in his vision as a child. So it was really a special place. This is the next day. I ended up driving all night to get to where Whitney was in Montana, and we got up the next day, and we had a group waiting for us in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. So we drove 3 or 4 hours Sunday morning to go over there, and really wonderful group and a beautiful. Each of these groups has been so amazing, and this is kind of just a little bit about what our workshops look like. I usually start out with a slideshow and kind of give an overview of the technology and what it can do, and people love it and are quite fascinated by it. And then we kind of have a sequence we do throughout the day. So we go through teaching how to make GANs and how to nano coat, how to make health pads. We have people with a supplies list, and they bring their supplies to the workshop, and this guy actually wheeled his into the house in a wheelbarrow. He was a really practical person and had a great attitude. We just had so much fun with all these people. There's Whitney. I call her the whiz kid. She's really great at the science end of things, and she's teaching how to make coils here. And everybody gets involved. Everybody participates. And each workshop is different. None of them are the same. Just all kinds of people, all ages, more slides. And we have these amazing people here. Each one kind of speaks up, and each one has talents and abilities that they bring to the table. And part of what we're doing as we share this is helping them realize the talents that they have in their own community, that it's not just us, but it's them. And we're trying to ignite them with the idea of wanting to go forward and continue this together as a group. And we feel that we've kind of accomplished that every place that we've been. This was the second weekend with this same group. The first weekend we did slideshow, health pads, health pens, nano coating, and GANs. And then the second weekend we did power units and car units, and building all the parts and pieces of those, and learning how to wire coils together, and kind of getting a feel and an understanding for how this all works. Really wonderful bunch. Then we went up to Canada and hung out with JC for a day, and he actually taught us a bunch of really interesting, kind of more finer details about how things go together. It was a very helpful time to spend, and we had been making coils for a car unit for me as we traveled, and this was them sitting on a register nano coating, kind of like on the go. And I actually put these coils on some ice water to see what kind of a plasmatic field they would make, because we always teach this in our groups. And then JC actually helped Whitney put the car unit together, and they made a video of how they did it, which was great. And that's kind of the pieces going together. This is the Columbia River out near where JC lives. And one of the things we have chosen to do on this entire tour is every time we stop at a location, we're carrying ocean GANs with us from the Dead Sea, from the Gulf of Mexico, and now from the Pacific. And they all go into a mixed ocean GANs, sea GANs. And we put some of that GANs water into the water at the location where we are, and ask for the blessing of peace to be on planet Earth. And we invite all of our groups to do that with us. We bless the water, the GANs that we're mixing as we go with all the GANs from different places. And so we did this with JC, and put a rock in a sock, and put some GANs, about a little bottle of GANs in there, and threw it in the river, and did our prayers of peace. And we went from where JC was over to all the way to Vancouver Island. We never planned at the beginning of this trip we'd go all the way to the west coast of Canada, but the universe had other things in mind and led us that way. Rick invited us to come to Vancouver Island, and there we are with him. Really great fun to meet him in person, meet each person in person. And as we got there, we invited Rick to speak, and so he spoke about the Keshe Foundation and his vision for what he's doing. Wonderful group, and behind, on the background there, you can see a banner that some of the kids on one of the islands made for world peace. And this was a theme that we talked about as we went. These are some of the ladies that put this workshop together for us. Rick brought us t-shirts with the Keshe Foundation logo on them, and which we really enjoyed. And these ladies worked really hard to put this together. The lady on the left met Mr. Keshe 20 years ago, and knew that he was bringing something amazing into the world. And so it was just so neat, the people we met along the way. This is a really beautiful poster they made before we got there. What's she holding? It's an ingredient in a plasma generator. I mean, it's creativity and the beauty of how these people are sharing these things. Somebody having fun with the coils. And as Rick said, we've seen plenty of pictures of coils, but it's amazing to see a whole group of people get together and do this, work together, run the drills together, handle the water.
Speaking of drills, you guys had 7 drills there for 16 people, and at some points, I think all of them were going. Like, everybody's hands were busy all the time and helping each other and so on. It was quite amazing, actually.
It was. It's such a great feeling when you're in a room like that. And each group turns out differently. They're never the same. And these guys are using a wooden jig on the right that JC made a couple of those for us when we were up with him, and those were great to carry with us and to run the wire and the drill mandrels through. Everybody working together, Just so much fun, so heartwarming. And then we went on from Vancouver Island to Vancouver, and this was a guy who had messaged us and said, "Please come to Vancouver." And there was a lady named Jean, who's not in the picture, but he and she worked on this together, Rainy Vancouver. And of course, since we were in Vancouver, we invited Ollie, and he came and he spoke about the Universal Council and spent the morning with us on Sunday morning. It's really great. Just so great to meet each person in person who we've been working with. We actually had some people from other parts of the world who were here at this workshop. It was small but very powerful. We felt there was a really major reason we were in Vancouver as kind of a hub where a lot of people come and go from different places in the world, kind of setting that frequency in place of plasma. We started some sayings that were bring the plasma to the people. I think one of our people started that, and plasma for peace. The lady on the right actually followed us from Vancouver Island to Vancouver and came to both workshops where these kids show up and they were talking about and asking about GANs. Here's this group making health pads. Just so much fun to get people, playing together and all this stuff. And it's like they almost can't wait to get going. A treat, what fun, what a blessing and an honor to just be out sharing such amazing information in the world. And actually, the lady who was our host in Vancouver took this picture out her balcony off of her apartment, this dove of peace. And as I said before, we carried mixed sea GANs water every place we went and added new GANs to it at each location. And every group stood and said and held the field for peace on the planet. And we've arrived at where Heather Bryant is. That's her in the background, and me and Whitney and two of Heather's helpers who opened up the way for us to speak at the Triad Theater here last night. And I think Whitney and Heather are sitting on a computer in the other room. They'd love to jump on with just a few more slides from here that Heather's got, if you want to do that, Rick. And
yeah, that'd be fine. Heather is now a panelist, I believe, so she can show directly if that's possible there.
Great. Thank you so much for the privilege to share, and we just feel honored to be part of this work again.
Well, thanks a lot for all the hard work that you've done, and a lot of driving time too, from Florida to basically diagonally across North America to Vancouver Island, which is the farthest west point you can get on North America without going to Hawaii.
Right.
I live a couple of kilometers from the farthest west point, so it's interesting. And now you're on your way back, basically. Where's your end result going to?
Well, it's amazing because people have been opening up the doors and inviting us and, going out and making things happen. We're going from here to Portland to Ashland and Eugene, Oregon, and then to possibly Sedona and then Colorado. And literally, Whitney and I are starting to get invitations from other countries. I got an invitation to South Africa today, and she's talking to somebody in Norway. So we're trying to get it so that each of us knows how to teach. We each have different skills, kind of, but we're learning from traveling together so that we could teach, everything that each other does. We're really doing this on a shoestring. We set off we both have kind of given our lives and given up a lot of our possessions in order to just walk the earth and help with this awakening process. And we're just doing what we're doing by donation. We put a suggested donation amount, which is very moderate, on the workshops. And but we also say, don't let not having money keep you from coming. Please donate what you can to help this journey keep going. And we find that our needs are being provided, and we're very grateful. Very well, and we're well taken care of. We've been staying with wonderful people along the way, And it's just a really beautiful way to be doing this work at this time. And you know, neither one of us are new to this. I've been teaching workshops for many years and on awakening topics, and Whitney was part of the One People's movement when that happened a few years ago. So we've both had a little practice at doing this before, but we have a really deep love for this teaching and are just grateful to be out here helping share it.
Speaking of sharing, is there a picture or something you want to share there, or is the sharing done? Zoom.
I think
Here. It's just
Heather.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
Thank you, Heather.
this is Heather and Whitney. We're in the other room.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
So I just, I've got two different files, and I'll just go through this one real quickly just to back up from Arizona a week ago, because I wanted to show all the awesome co-creation that we did with the people there in the Keshe Manufacturing in Arizona participating. And then we'll do a show of what we did with Carrie and Whitney the other night. That was last night. Oh my gosh, it was last night. So we figured out how to make GANs in a hotel. So and you know, you've used the do not disturb sign because the maids would probably go, what the? You know, so it was, you know, part of a 3-day retreat that we were there for anyways. And then they asked us to do a Keshe technology information clinic and do it yourself, teach them how to make patches and pins. And everybody just came together and co-created a beautiful thing. This is David Contreras, who's working with the Keshe Manufacturing in Arizona. He came in and brought a lot of his things that he's working on. He gifted a beautiful little car unit to me that I have yet to put in there, and really answered a lot of questions with the people there. And of course, John came and also participated, helped us with the tables and, oh, sorry. Yeah, yeah we had to do some of that too. And so, you know, we had a table where we were showing them how to make 3 kinds of GANs with that trifecta method that we've put together these little kits for. We had a patch table where people could put together their patches, and back there they're making their nano pins. And it was a really nice group. It was in a beautiful place right there in Scottsdale. And of course we plasmified all the water there. It's a beautiful oasis, like 20 acres full of fountains and things. So it was just funny that they had, you know, H2 oasis, and then we were we were plasmifying all the water. And I know they've already shown this picture online, so I didn't take any pictures while I was there, but they gave us a beautiful tour of what's going on with the Keshe Manufacturing there. And that's my trifecta kit that I worked out so that I could give the participants of our program a way to take home a set, and they could make the 3 GANs when they get home. And it was after that event. So, okay, let me go ahead and close that one. I'm gonna stop share in case my screen comes up, and let me bring up the file for last night, which is right over here. Okay. What's that doing? Did you want to say anything, Whitney, while I bring that up?
Yeah, so this is Whitney. Hello, everyone. I've been here in the background for a year now, but haven't been able to participate really on the workshops live, or because I haven't had internet or the tools at the right time. But I have been here learning and learning how to wind coils and everything. And it's just a wonderful thing to be able to share that with so many people. And as we've been traveling, it almost brings tears to my eyes how amazing our workshops have really turned out, with the love that is in the room by the end of the workshop, and the togetherness that we feel, the unity that everyone feels when we spent hours and hours together and we've done time, and it's turned into a real adult playtime. It's wonderful, and even with the kids there, but to be engaged in making something together is just a fun process that not a lot of people have the opportunity to experience now. So the workshops are just so fully complete. There's so many different aspects that they take care of as far as the concerns of what a human is. You know, there's playfulness, there's information, there's engaged with people, and we're looking at each other face to face, we're hugging. There's a lot of unity going on with these workshops, and I'm really honored to be a part of it, and I'm very grateful to the Keshe Foundation for releasing this technology. When I'm sure I resonated like many people that this was a way that we are going to fulfill on all of our mutual concern to bring our Earth into balance, so that we can continue forward as a species. So my role is as a connector of people, and also in long-term development of our Earth and where we go with it. So I'm anyway. So we're going to show pictures from from last night, and.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that the way that these two presented the information at this workshop is this workshop last night was so beautiful, and how they represented the ethos of this this organization and what's being taught, how the tie-in was with world peace and the consciousness piece of, you know, bringing in expanded awareness as we play with these different types of toys for the next dimensional experiences that we're having. Wow, it was very beautiful. So this is the one that we're getting ready to do in the next Sunday and Monday. So I wanted to do that before I get off in the rest of the file. So since they're here for about a week, we just chose to do a couple of different things. And by doing this one at the Triad Theater here locally, it helped us to get a lot of information out. They have a real good advertising base, and they do a good job of putting together a program. So together, just last April, Heather and I and Carrie and a handful of women, Lisa McDonald and Yasmin Tobin, we all kind of came together. We'll talk to Dr. Rodrigo in a minute. Shush, Rodrigo. Okay.
We came together and started this Goddesses of GANS group that I'm sure you've seen the name pop up here and there. And then together we created the Many Hands for Peace concept and idea. And it is really an idea to provide a format that can be easily duplicated in any town across the world, and to give people the information we just felt so urgently needed to go out to them in a format that would be easy to download. And we're really discovering it as we do the workshops. So we're seeing that there's a format to the workshops that's just shaking out from all of it, and different tables to do different things. And Carrie really worked hard on this flow. She is a really amazing presenter, and she has delivered some of the most I've come to tears on some of the speeches that she's made. So we've been really working as a team. She's really wonderful at delivering a broad perspective overview that ties into, far more than just the technology, but what we're really doing on Earth together as a species right now. And so we're really teaming up really well. And I grew up with a lot of construction background, and I enjoy making things. And so I've been leading more of the physical doing part of it as far as showing people how to do things. And I still have a lot of questions of my own, but really the stop with JC was really wonderful to be able to get some questions answered in that respects. But we're really just starting with basics, because if we could build everything in a day, we would. We really tried. And we had the Vancouver workshop was 12 hours long, and we really got a lot done. It was awesome. I still feel like I want to spend more time with everybody that we've met so far. So anyway, there's my little bit on it.
And there's Whitney and Dr. Rodrigo's unit.
Yes, and this, okay, I really would like everyone in the world to build these. so I'm very energy sensitive, and I can feel gravitational magnetical fields. I can feel a lot of things. And standing in Mr. Rodrigo's device here, I don't even want to call it a device, because it's so much more than that.
He calls it the bridge.
The bridge, there we go, in the bridge here, that it felt like 20 people standing around sending energy work all at one time. And I had 10 minutes of time, and it was the most beautiful 10 minutes. And then really I can still feel the energy working on me now. So I'm very appreciative of what Dr. Rodrigo has created here.
Yeah, and he gives instructions. We actually have a video that he allowed us to take of the instructions he gives people as they go into the unit, which is just beautiful. We can do that if they would like us to at some point. And I was going to say, one beautiful thing about this presentation is Rodrigo has, gosh, he has really done a beautiful job educating this community. The caliber of the people that were there and the types of questions they were answering. People were bringing up things that they've already made. You know, one of the young ladies was showing us this cute little health pad thing that she made so that she could lay down on it and have one set on each side. This fellow brought up a little DC converter, something he was using for creating the GANs. People were showing us their pins and gifting things to the girls, you know, as they bring in an apple to the teacher. Yeah, there's the GANs down at the front that we did that Carrie did her little water ceremony with, and at the end we added our intentions for world peace into those containers with Carrie's direction, and then at the end we just kind of created that awareness that this GANs is connected to all the GANs on the planet, all the GANs that we are, and expanding that potential for world peace and love across the planet. So
that was in a theater also, and it is recorded, and we'll be releasing that as a 21st Century Superhuman show. An amazing concept to have it in this small theater. It was beautiful with the people in there. And I just wanted to also mention that that GANs in there is actually a whole combination of ocean water GANSes from Florida, where Carrie started from, all the way up to Vancouver, and a couple other people had brought their GANSes as well. And so it really is an all-inclusive collective GANs. And then what we've been doing at the workshops is allowing everyone to take home some of this GANs. So this it's grown. You know, everywhere we go, there's more added, and it's a compilation of all of our love. You know, carrying our love forward.
Oh, and one exciting thing, we went around, you know, trying to put up posters in town today, and you know, putting them in the different shops and restaurants and things. And then we've gone into a couple of them where they either already had the flyers or were already using the technology.
Yeah.
Like this lady who's has a business for like a health spa type of a place, and she showed us all the places in her facility she's already using the technology. But this was like a vial of
GANs. It was amazing. We're there to tell her about plasma technology. She says, "Oh, we're already incorporating it." She puts it in her water.
To the people that are coming in. She has a hyperbaric chamber, so Whitney and I were talking to her about how to maybe incorporate that by wrapping a CO2 tube around the tube that's going into the hyperbaric chamber. I mean, she was already doing a lot of things anyways, but you know, what a beautiful thing. It's like we're almost entering the next step of this, where people are actually using it to begin with, and you know, and just have a smile on their face and say, yeah, I know what you're talking about. You know, as you walk into their shop, it's like, yes.
And
yes.
Last night, there was a gentleman at the theater that had turned his medications into a GANs, and he was wearing them duct taped around a cord on his neck. And
so
and he's now, after 15 years, has reduced taking his medication to one every 4 days instead, and now has less hunger, because then he has another tube on his little necklace or cord around his neck with his food GANs. And so what we're also discovering as we go and hold these workshops is the amazing work that people have been doing. So it sounds, you know, until we go connect with people, we don't really realize there are a lot of people working with this technology already in their homes. It doesn't come out until they're coming together. And this expose that's going to be on Sunday, I think is going to be fantastic, because there's a gentleman that has created some kind of large device.
Yeah, it says 7 feet across.
7 feet across, and he's working very diligently to finish it by this weekend. And so we're finding out more and more, and we're hoping to really report on that. It's been such a fast journey. Carrie is excellent at getting pictures out on the internet. And now that we're with internet a little bit more consistently, it's easier to get more pictures out there too. But we've been really working to get pictures, as many pictures as possible of the journey out to everyone, so that they can see what's going on and become more intrigued and interested. The other part is that we've also been finding out is how to really bridge the explanation of what this technology is to different groups, and to grab their attention, because a poster that says, plasma energy devices is not always going to grab people's attention. So we're finding new ways of being able to intrigue people with why they would want to come to one of these meetings. And anyway, so.
Mm-hmm. And one thing we kind of discovered in the last few days, that there was a possible place to, get the information out, was the different schools. And we've had a couple of people go into the high schools and ask the science teachers to give information to the students and give them a discount, basically, on the admissions. And then there's a couple of local schools that are very, let's say, really open-minded groups, and we give a discount, for their staff and their students to come in, and have the students come in for free with the adults, and stuff like that, just to spark that younger crowd, because they're the ones, to me, that are going to resonate even more with this and understand it with a lot less explanation than us older people do. They won't need as much remapping as we have. So
Yeah.
There we go. So exciting.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for the pictures and for the enthusiastic words as well. It gives us, gives everybody a good, a good idea what it's like out there doing these workshops and so on.
Absolutely, highly recommend it to people, to just get a group of people in there, together and just start.
Yes.
We already know so much more than the person that hasn't been studying for a year. So just start somewhere. It's not too incredibly difficult. We're just us, and everybody has been very satisfied with the workshops this far. Yeah. So we're not teaching advanced teaching. This is, a good base.
Yep.
Right. Well, I think perhaps Mr. Kesh will have something to say about how the workshop format is going with the Kesh Foundation as well. I think Farad would, I don't know if he's here right now, but he also would be able to tell us something about that, perhaps. Are we done the pictures?
Yes, that's what we have. Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's great. And let's see if there is any questions and any comments from Mr. Kesh, and see if there's something else that wants to be presented there.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting. It's fascinating. I've been following your trip, especially when you went to the Indian tribes, and in so many ways you're spreading the knowledge, and in a way you find and gain a lot of knowledge yourself. We've seen this process has started because people see no other solution but to teach. The more we teach, the more taboo goes away from what it could be, what it is. The interesting point is the way you approached it, the way you humbly go and read, and they reach the others. There is a problem with running workshops and that is to get carried away with it. And it seems that you have managed to keep a balance. And in any shape or form you do anything, will follow you. I am constantly aware of every move you make, because I get your reports or your communication from Caroline under my nose. Look where they are, see what they've done. They've been to the Indian tribes and they've spreaded it. And so everything you do, I have a full knowledge of in a way. I don't miss any of your communications. Caroline makes sure of that. In so many ways, our soul is with you. You're spreading the knowledge for peace. And it takes time. We have reached a point in the next few weeks, a lot of people will see it, that as I always said, and a lot of people have problem with it, our technology will come out through its peaceful application, and we see it. I've been privileged in past 24 hours to meet some of the most highly educated nuclear physicists, a large number of them, and it was a pleasure to see how easily nuclear physicists understand the plasma. Their understanding that what I said, and its approach, if you're a nuclear physicist, you understand it very easily. If you're of the school of thought of plasma physics, unless there is something wrong with the patent you've written. And I explained to them very simply, we fought with matter for centuries and thousands of years. We couldn't manipulate it anymore. The maximum we got, we made alloys, and the maximum we got out of them was tangibility of something to hold on to or being able to see. In chemistry, we mix things together, and that's as far as we got. When we brought in the atom some less than 100 years ago, it was something new. We had to accept it, and so it was a novel thing. And people, because of Hiroshima bomb, they got respect for it. The respect came out of fear, but not from the knowledge. Then we moved into nuclear. We went deeper into the science of the plasma, of the creation. And this brought us an insight. But in fact, one of the biggest problems with the nuclear industry is we are misrepresented. As nuclear physicists, we are heavily misrepresented. In a way, again, the power of devastation has brought fear and respect. And this should not be. And I explained to these nuclear physicists very simply that the plasma is different. The plasma is peaceful. The plasma shows its power, but with no fear. And us as nuclear physicists have got to change the position that we are not respected out of the fear of what we bring. But now we should be respected out of the pleasure we bring with plasma. And what you've shown clearly shows that. When you walk into a shop and they're using plasma and they already know about it because of the Dr. Rodriguez and the others in the environment, in the area, it shows it has resonated with people. People have understood this application. People understand its energy. And this is what we're looking for. This is where it comes, the pleasure of it, that the other side of it doesn't become acceptable. It's a knife which cuts both sides. If you use it the wrong way, you can harm yourself. But if you use it the right way, you can give pleasure to others in elevation of the knowledge. And what I've seen, what you've been doing in past few weeks, as I see it every day and every morning and night with Caroline, they are there, they've done this, they gave it to the Indians, they've done this, they're working shop. And always bless your souls. And I said, I hope we could give you more. The position with the workshop is, we see some people are abusing workshops as a way to gain money and earn money. And this cannot be done. We've seen a number of people have got on the bandwagon like before with other technologies, and just looking at workshops as a way to make a living and money and doesn't matter whatever. This cannot happen. You will lose your rights very soon. You will understand how. We do not implement, but understand when you run these workshops, the way we see with these two gorgeous ladies, is do it with sincerity to pass the knowledge. And then you'll find out, as they said, the way of living will come with it. But we've seen abuse already with a couple of people that they just ransack, they're just there to make you feel coils and teach. And we warn, and then we go out with the names that this cannot be done. Use the technology to pass the knowledge. Don't look at the technology that you have something on top of it. Teach that they can do and they see the benefit. Don't teach that they see this is another, what they call it, misrepresentation of the science by one person, because they see the rest of the knowledge, they go and they add it up themselves. Teaching has to be thorough, teaching has to be in depth, that they understand with it. I asked the people who are going to be present in Ghana to put out leaflets, World Peace Treaty, that to be signed by anyone who attends it. And I hope it'll be there and it'll be done. The same thing with all of the courses you do, all the teachings you do. Primarily, when you start teaching, let them sign themselves into peace. And you'll find out you have already the souls which are there in agreement. Don't just go in and just do a workshop. Not for them to see something new that they'll be interested and excited, understand the commitment with using the technology. The reason a lot of people find peace with this is because in most of the production of CO2s, you create some zinc. And in the production of the zinc, you find relevance with the emotion of the man. So you literally support the, what I call the emotion. And with that support, they feel better and they become, physicality becomes irrelevant. That's why you see a lot of joy in these classes, a lot of joy in the workshops. Because you are physically handling a material which is physically touches your emotion. If you have made a nano-coated copper coil and you put a GaNs on it, 99.99% you have added zinc oxide to it, which is the strength of the emotion of the man. This is why it's not just that everything looks peaceful and everybody is happy. It's because in that process you instantaneously feed the emotion. You satisfy most of the emotion. And this is important. As part of the teaching, if you understand, you can add a new dimension to the teaching. We've been through this before. I would like to add this because I added this to the knowledge again yesterday in the private teachings to the doctors. And maybe a lot of you will see a breakthrough in through this. Can I share the screen, please?
Go ahead, Mr. Keshe.
What you see, you got to understand, is that the emotion of the man goes through the blood of the man. The man's blood is the carrier of this emotion to different cells. Our blood is not there just to feed your brain with the energy which it needs for operation of the understanding of the environment, or of feel what you call the strength of the other entities or beings or environment in respect to understanding of your physicality, what we call emotion. Every cell of the body of the man has a link with its emotion. That's why if you touch a nail, you feel it. If somebody touches you with a nail, you feel it. You allow somebody with a pin to take a whatever splinter out of your skin and you have no problem. But you react to if somebody else with a pin comes when you don't have a splinter. So the body of the man in the touch has emotion, acceptance of the emotion of the physicality. It's the same pin, but in two different ways. So our cells, every cell of the man has and carries emotion, and it's fed through the blood cells. It's fed through our blood circulation. So now that a lot of you understood that the zinc was connected with your emotion, and you try to feed the emotion through the use of zinc oxide GANs. But there is a key to it. There is a point to it. You are releasing this zinc oxide in the hope, and in majority of the time, to be absorbed by the body. But up to now, none of you have linked it to your blood, to the circulation of the blood, which brings it directly, which brings it in line to be matched. It's very much like what we talk about processing a cancer. We put a patch on the point of cancer to elevate the strength at the point we want most of the energy to be going to. So if you're dealing with the zinc up to now, and you've been using the zinc oxide to be used, it comes to the next step. This is an evolution, as I said, in the teaching of the plasma as we enter the space technology, medicine and health. You release the energy of the zinc, which is at the strength of the emotion of the man, and partially you hope it'll be accepted, it'll be there to be delivered by the emotion of the what I call the brain of the man. But you can make it more precise. You can target the blood, which brings and delivers directly the emotion balance into the brain of the man, into the every cell of the man, using the circulation of the blood itself. Don't forget, doves with doves is the policy and the way we work with plasma. You have to find the matching that you can load the matching. So it becomes essential now to go into the next step of the development of the understanding of the circulation of the emotion within the cell of the body of the man, as much as the brain of the man, the controlling system. Go back to the teaching, even as back as 2 years ago, where we taught in the Sansano. You make a CO2 box. In your CO2 box, you produce CO2 GANs in a very easy way by using two different plates, one zinc and one nano-coated copper. When you produce any, literally any oxide GANs, you always have noticed certain amount of what I call amino acid on the top. I highlight this one in green that you can see. The amino acid sits in patches on top of the water. Go to the understanding of the science of the creation. Amino acid is connection to the atmosphere of this planet in respect to the what we call the physical part, which is the solid part. You bring the gaseous part on top of the what we call the liquid in conjunction with the environment which you have created with salt and water here. What you've seen up to now, what you have created, has been enormous amount of what you call CO2 gas at the bottom. Maybe I better change this, because I know then you understand why. I change the color. I change it to this color. You have the CO2. I am short on colors. Okay, let's do it this way. You have the CO2 at the bottom, gas. You have created the amino acid on the top. You have created the environment of the ocean with the salt water. You have brought the gaseous part in touch with the liquid part, but now you need to give it the essence of life. We know when you have the amino acid, if you add it with iron, you create hemoglobin, which is the blood of the man. It's a backbone of the creation circulation, where the difference between one and the other is so huge that leads to creation of circulation of magnetic field. Because now iron has to feed all to bring them all to balance. Don't forget, this is totality is 43. Now, it should be very easy, if you understood this, to get yourself a piece of iron, nano-coated, or better, a rusted iron piece, which sits and connects itself to the CO2. The gaseous which has changed itself into the matter state. And what's going to happen? As the nano-coated iron in energy touches the salt, comes in touch with protein, the amino acid, in the presence of the flow of a current in this structure, in the plasmatic condition, what you will see is creation of hemoglobin. It will drip down what you call blood. And now you have created more or less a pure amino acid connected to iron, or what you call hemoglobin. It fits any blood type, more or less, because it's pure. It's still in the virgin state. It has not orientated to the need of the structure of evolution of the land. Don't forget, this was copper and this was zinc. This amino acid here has emotion capability of the physicality, which is the muscle tissues, because you dictated the copper. If in another set you put zinc nano-coated and a zinc non-nano-coated, as you've seen through your experiments, you collected again GANs of zinc oxide, but the same way you've been producing amino acid using the fat. Now, if you put again the iron here and drop it down all the way to the GANS level, you still will produce hemoglobin, this time at the strength of the emotion. Now, if you can extract this, you can produce half a liter of hemoglobin in a good system a day. You run it, it becomes absolutely red, sits right at the bottom. Go through the process, extract it, wash it thoroughly. Do the same with this. Get a mixture of the two. 50-50 usually is good. And now you have a hemoglobin which carries the emotion of the physicality, plus a hemoglobin which carries the totality of the emotion of the man. This is a new tool in the arsenal of the science of plasma. Now you can interact with any emotion directly. Add this to the whole structure. Add this. I'm trying to save. Can you take a picture frame of this and add it on later on that I need it, please? So now you have a new tool, a new way, a new understanding of how to play direct. None of you have ever gone into this evolution. If you're dealing with disease of the man, you have to understand the emotion of the disease too. And you cannot do it without hemoglobin. You'll find this is a fast track into the job of bringing the change in the structure. What you need desktop. So what you need with this is to understand how to utilize it. How to be able to change a lot of things in the whole structure. So what you need is to add the zinc oxide of what I call hemoglobin with zinc oxide of hemoglobin, just to do with the emotion, and take this mixture and add to your CO2. You can add this to the zinc oxide. You can add this to CH3. Then you connect it directly with what I call horizontal people. If you use in the same process magnesium instead of zinc, the amino acid with what is produced at the bottom will create the vertical people emotional line to the physicality. You can do the same magnesium and zinc. You can do in different dimensions, different application of it. That this amino acid with chlorophyll, which is produced at the bottom, is as a strength that can touch the emotion of the man. Game changes with plasma technology. Game changes because now you can directly interact and use it. And in the teaching with the doctors, I explained I wanted to teach this sometimes in the future, but the development is so fast that we need to interact. When you put this mixture of 1 and 2 in a package that can come into interaction, in touch, or in the vicinity of what I call the artery, you will find you transfer the energy directly into the blood of the man. The blood, and in turn it will change the soul of the man. Place another at the ratio of 3. You can use it as an injection. You don't need needles to deliver energy into the blood circulation. This is part of injection of energy. And if he needs it, he'll take it, accepts it, and elevates it. You reach every cell within a matter of minutes by the circulation of the blood. You choose the vein. Is it on the feedback or is it on the way out to feed? You dictate the condition of the state of the emotion of the man. Now, the game of peace played because the zinc in hemoglobin being in balance will bring a balance to the body of the man as all the cells go back to the neutral state, what they needed, by receiving energy without killing, that stops the man to kill, to hunt. Because it receives what it needs through magnetic field, gravitational field of a natural product which does not kill another thing, but it takes what is available to it, and because it's at the same strength of itself, it balances very quickly. Add to this mixture fair amount of CH3 gas. You feed the man with all the energy he needs, irrespective of vitamin A, irrespective of potassium, irrespective of calcium or anything. But you have to understand the mastery of the game to be able to do it. I touched on this a couple of years ago. Go back to the teaching, the medical teaching, which has been recorded with when we went to different operation of the physicality of the man, and you'll find them in there. So now, If you understand this, if you apply it the correct way, if you take the protein of the hemoglobin of the man from the essence of his creation, which you feed the physicality of the amino acid through the matter state of the emotion, which use the zinc pure protein. Now you'll understand. Game changes totally. Diseases become irrelevant because they have to find a balance. If you handle it the right way, it becomes irrelevant. And this is the only way that in a coming time, bacteria, microbes can be handled. You've seen with the tests with different organizations, from the plasma of the GANs, we managed to handle the viruses. But now, there was a big problem. What are we doing with microbes, with bacteria, which are amino acid based? This is the key to it. This is one of the ways, for example, you handle malaria. Malaria is a living thing, it's a parasite. It's not a virus. You will not find much effective process through pure CO2. Some cases you do. But now that you added the energy of the amino acid, you'll find out it's the first time you have a tool to be able to change the characteristics that your system can handle any viruses and any bacteria or any microbes. This is a natural antibiotic. But you have to understand how to apply it. You have to understand now you deal with the body of the man and you can pinpoint it to the point of infection. Because now you directly deal with amino acid, with a cell. This is very important. For those of you who understand what has been taught now, you will understand that the game has changed. The game of healthcare has changed. We don't need injections to interfere with the blood of the man to get rid of the abnormalities. We dictate the normality, that the abnormality within the cell gives its energy away to the system, and by accepting it, don't destroy life, but it's the environment that the bacteria and microbes cannot exist. This is the way in a coming time doctors will apply the administration of the appropriate energy to the appropriate amino acids, or what we call blood circulation. This is a game changer in every aspect, in respect to emotion, healthcare, and feed of the man. Now, you directly connect this to the lymph of the man, where the food of the man is given. you can create patches that by just putting the patch with this link on the body continuously feeds itself as it needs it as you place it on the stomach. Because now the feeding patch takes over the work of the stomach. Because it feeds the lymph. That's what your stomach does. Now, with placing the amino acid with the, what I call the hemoglobin of the zinc or physicality, you change the totality of what you want to do. This is part of the teaching, now that we mature in understanding of the plasma, need to come into. Those of you who were looking for elevation of the soul of the man know exactly what you have to do if you understood the totality of the knowledge. If you understood the process of the interaction, and then you understood the process of the elevation of the emotion to become part of it, how you can do it through this process. But it needs the right intention. Because you will find out you'll be playing with fire. And that fire only burns you and nobody else. Because it's the intention which counts. You've been pouring water in rivers. Now you can add to the emotion of the water of the blood of the man. And then you find out you achieve much faster any kind of process which you are aiming at. Add this hemoglobin with all the processes which you put in. Do not forget, because now it's part of the structure of the emotion, has access to your emotion, to your intention, and only can accept what it needs. You can change the man to a peaceful man. Leave it in the squares, leave it in the parks, leave it in the offices, and you'll find out people will start behaving different. Add it to the cores, you'll find out the behavior will change. Add it to the coils, you'll find out you become the controller of the feed. This is how you control systems, through your emotion. This is the fastest way, because now you establish the physical connection through the hemoglobin and your emotion to your system. The deep space technology has no room for wires and computers, except the natural process of the GANs computers, which your brain is part of it and your body is part of it. And according to what you can process from the energy, dictates the maturity and understanding more of the creation. You cannot use this to elevate your soul, but you can use this to strengthen your soul. It's two different things. But you have to understand, by being able to produce hemoglobin, which is connected to the physicality and the emotion, by mixture of the two types of hemoglobin, you can add other hemoglobins, even like a CH3, which is in fact already connected to the hemoglobin itself, because you use iron oxide, zinc oxide layers. These structures are very, very easy to produce and can be devastatingly effective in changing the animalness of the man to the man, a peaceful man. Production of hemoglobin at its purest form, connected to the zinc because it already is in the GANS state, only produces hemoglobins which are at the state, the strength of the physicality of the man and no others. Even though there are other zincs and GANS zincs fields are available in the same container. Which means the connection to humanity and the blood of the man or the animals, once you make the GANS water of these hemoglobins, is very direct. It's amazingly direct. And will be so effective that those who start using it appropriately will change every person they touch. You said in part of the what you have achieved in past few weeks, people leave it in the shops, people leave it in the other places. Now add the hemoglobin of the zinc with the zinc GANS itself, with copper oxide itself and the hemoglobin of the zinc and the copper, and add a CH3 to it, and then the mayhem starts. Hunger to teach peace, it becomes addiction. Searching and achieving peace becomes so reachable that it becomes more or less part of the life. Because you understand the other people's behavior, the understanding, and then you understand exactly what it comes. In so many ways, if you understand, this is what the Christ said. This is my blood. Blood of peace. And it's you, which you take it with your physicality, completes more or less the cycle. What you drink, what you have, what you use it for to breathe, will touch directly every being. On the other hand, if you understand how to use this and how to more or less clean it up to totality of its essence, you can use these hemoglobins by the medical groups and scientific groups as blood replacement. And they once enter the body of the man as a blood, will take the shape and the strength of the others, which means they convert to themselves to what you call blood type A, B, or whatever. Because in the organization, they become part of the structure which they have joined. Would we make one blood type of the humanity? The answer is yes. Would that blood type will be a peaceful type? The answer is yes. Can we do this to change the habit of the animalness of the other animals? The answer is yes. Can we put these in rotating GANS balls that it can reach the soul of humanity and the whole planet? The answer is yes. Can we mix the protein of the verticals and the horizontals, that one feeds the other and it brings stability to both the planets and the plants and living creatures? The answer is yes. Would we eat? Do not think so. Because when you create such a balance in the human body, the body will take from environment what it needs and will not touch the physicality. Is this a shortcut to hunger? Is the fast cut to depriving man from eating? Try it and you'll see. I'm sure a lot of you will come back with a lot of stories. Those of you who don't achieve, understand, now you work on the line of the soul. You might say, I want to be peaceful, I am this and that, but it doesn't work on me, or it doesn't work. The answer is, look at your soul, and what is the soul knows of your intention. This is a game changer, and this brings you to the level that if you understand, you do the same thing in the space of the environment you go into, and if you understood the process, you do not need to eat another entity, because the satisfaction of the energy from the environmental fields will satisfy the hunger or a need for evolution. You'll find out the hunger will not exist, because the field itself will receive what we call it. You will see those of you who endeavor to go further and, for example, do what you call the aura of the man, you will see the aura becomes very balanced. These different colors will disappear. It becomes unified, which means it gives imbalance slowly what it doesn't need and it receives what it needs. Production of hemoglobin in conjunction with protein itself is need understanding, even though hemoglobin has itself been created out of protein. Now that you add water, the salt, gravitational magnetic field, you added the iron into the structure of the magnetic field of the plasma of the protein, you still need a combination of the protein and the hemoglobin. Don't forget, you have the flesh and you have the blood. Just because you managed to create a flesh, you cannot ignore the physical part, which is the amino acid, or what you call the physical part. This is one of the keys to the process of creating the right strength material for repair of organs in the body of the man. You bring the emotion strength. Kidney has a specific physical structure strength, and it has given emotional strength. You bring the two together. So in reproduction of organs, you have to understand the two, but the strength of the emotion in the what you call the hemoglobin, which fits into that, the strength in the presence of the amino acid, the strength of the physicality of the kidney, which will produce the cell where you want. So you do not need to reproduce or do a transplant. You understand, you bring the balance, the organ itself, because the availability of both the cell and the emotional strength of the cell will produce itself. You can do the same thing with bone marrow, you can do the same thing with bone, you can do the same thing with liver, lung, and everything else. This is the key to the space technology, without carrying or asking one of the other passengers, the captain is sick, can we have your heart, because otherwise he dies. Because now you change, you develop, you repair, you replace every cell in every corner. Was the knowledge of man accumulated to understand the strength of each cell in the body of the man. You don't need to do open heart surgeries to place a blood vessel from one part of the body to another part. You do the opening, cleaning, and repairing of the blood vessels of the heart directly using understanding this technology, this method. That how, what is the emotion of the heart on this, what you call plasmatic gravitational magnetic field of its hemoglobin, what is the strength of the cell in which part of the body of the man, and which section, which cell, if it's the valve, if it's the vein, and you handle it that way. You can do repair every organ, and this will take you a few minutes. We're not talking about months and years. If you understood the replacement of the tail of a reptile when it cuts and it grows back, and you understood the process of the nanotechnology and the GANs, and now with the hemoglobin and with the presence of the amino acid of the calcium and its blood level strength hemoglobin, you can grow your finger within minutes. Exactly what the reptiles. I was explaining this to a couple of scientists yesterday. I explained to you again for those of you who have tried, and it's how does it work? If you make a nano-coated material and coat it with the hemoglobin and the amino acid of the components of the muscle, the blood, and the calcium, if there is a bone in that section, you will be able to create the condition field available for the bone and the muscle tissues with the information which comes from the brain to replace it very fast. If this is strange to you, I tell you something, it's happened to all of you, but you never thought about it. You cut your finger, a piece of tissue disappears by cutting it. When it heals, you don't have a dent. You have within few days the identical tissues reproduced. Oh, and you say, I had a cut there, I lost a piece of my finger there, but now it's back in the same shape. If the brain of the man could replace, only needs the energies of the right strength over 3 days, 5 days, or 10 days to replace the cut piece. Now that you understand the addition knowledge which is given today, you can speed it up within minutes. Now you understand how no man should be walking because of a mine on the land. Legless, armless, with amputation. There shall be no man with no legs once we finish with this technology. The only people who will not exist in a short time is the people who have no heart. And you will understand very soon how and why. So, if you understood the process of replacement, if you understood by creating the condition that everything is available, you understand the man now has the knowledge to do what has been his dream. to regrow parts of the body. Exactly as I said, with the tail of reptiles. What does a reptile do? When you cut, when it loses, or its tail gets chopped off, due to the structure of its brain and the symmetry of the shape, go back to the Chinese cooking. Go back to what we taught you about wok. Go back to when I said to you that man has been a nano maker all his life, but he never knew. What does the Chinese man do? The Chinese man, what he does, he puts a steel pan on a fire, heats it up. And he heats up so high that it creates a nano coating. You do it with a fire coating on your coils. You do the same thing as the Chinaman. So does the reptile. At the point where the tail is cut, due to the high energy, it releases such a heat that immediately it seals its last layer to a nanomaterial. It receives the energy. Now the tail to the brain, information comes, and that information carries the information of the replacement. So the brain never sees that the energy is lost. The phantom pain is the cause of the stop of the growth of a cell, of a tail. But because the animal has created nanomaterial at a high temperature at a point of cut, it absorbs all the energy. So the brain does not see the loss of the tail because the information is absorbed by the wall, by the high temperature cells which he has produced. Now, in that process of high temperature production, don't forget you made the nanomaterial of the copper and the GaNs of the copper itself. The nano coating the animal has created is of the elements of its own creation. It's skin, it's blood, it's muscle, it's bone. It hasn't come from outside. It's not a copper plate, but it's a nano GaNs state, its own. Now it's your hemoglobin in it too. It carries the emotion of it too. So as the brain does not see it, that is lost, is nano coated, it absorbs. But the nano coating itself creates the environment, gravitational magnetic field of the hemoglobin and the amino acid which created itself. The body grows. As the information comes, it replaces it very rapidly, because if the energy absorbed rapid, it means it has to come more. It's done, I need the next one. You get the growth of the tail. The tip of the tail does not grow that you see the animal, a gap and a tail in the back, a little piece following it. It comes from point of the gut growing out. This is how I grew the toe. Those of you who tried to use a nano plate and you couldn't see anything because you haven't put the other half of the ingredient. And at that time we could not teach because you were not ready to understand it. Now in the space technology, in the space you lose a leg, very easy. You have the tools, everything is available. We cannot create the high temperature to create the nanomaterial. That's why whenever we get a cut, we have a problem with the skin production. We have a cut, we have a problem with curvature and the point of production. Because the nano coating, the nanomaterial, the GaNs of the amino acid of the bone is missing. So you add it there, it's available. You produce in no time. You have a burn, first degree, second degree, third degree, whatever. If you understood the process, within hours there'll be no burn. And because you have created the exact process as the body of the man, there'll be no scars. Nobody will ever see you having a burn, a scar. You do the same thing with the cut. Nobody can say, oh, you lost your leg because there's a mark here. Because it's done by the body, it becomes homogeneous. In space, you will never lose anything because you know, lost, I can repair it. Man had this knowledge. In the brain of the man, the knowledge of replacement exists because that's how we reproduce. But the replacement in mass, because of the huge amount of energy we use to create that nanomaterial, has gone. So we stack it up. But with this process, you can help it rapidly. You can adjust it, that it fixed. So anything above, which is bacteria or infection, you call it, will not be able to survive because it has dictated the border. Anything above, the energy is absorbed. You've seen the work with the virus, how effectively this works with viruses. Now, if you understand it, it'll take you time to be able to make systems. But as I always said, once we teach, it'll be followed and then it'll be implemented. And the doctors will use it very rapidly. People who lose their legs, people who go in the first or second or third degree burn, people who are in a horrendous accident, you'll find out, you take them to a doctor immediately, they have the facilities, the legs and the arm will be built. Because now we know the secrets of creation and replacement. All the information is in the brain of the man, is in your DNA. If you manage to replace a cut skin or a burned skin, it means the information is always there. It's you who got to know how to tap into it. Now we know how to tap into it, because what is missing is the strength of the emotion, which you create through the blood or hemoglobin of the zinc and hemoglobin of the copper, which gives the physicality and emotion. And then you need some energy to do the job, which is you can use the hemoglobin of CH3. Because you have a carbon connection into it, then it links up with the line of the neural system of the man, exchange of the energy, and directly the repair will take place. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You can reconstruct a lost eye also this way, can you?
It needs an eye to see how to do it. Eye is a complicated system, but you still can do. Don't forget, the structure of the eye is a very strange structure. Very, very strange structure. Is spherical, is two next to each other, which means they balance each other out. That's why you have two eyes, which means the field balance with the two main centers of the physicality of the brain in respect to the side are connected, is 4 of them. And it means when you want to replace an eye or change an eye, it means the emotion has to be counted fully, because eye is assigned to the emotion of the man. But man uses for physicality to see. So, do you want to see the harshness of the planet or whatever? And if you don't, you'll find out it will not work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Keshe, there's a question in the chat from James. It goes, if the place of the soul of the man is in a cavity in the brain center, where is the seat of the soul of the creator in the human physicality? Could you discuss the role of the heart?
Can you explain, please?
I'd have to get James perhaps to I can promote him to a panelist. Maybe he can further elaborate on his question. James, do you want to go? Do you want to say something there? I'll try to unmute you and see if that works. Hello? James, are you able to speak? Apparently not. I'm not getting the microphone coming through on his system there. So perhaps I can just rephrase the question or restate it. He's saying if the place of the soul of the man is in a cavity in the brain center, where is the seat of the soul of the creator in the human physicality?
Ha ha ha. Doesn't mean it's in there, but it means you have a connection. Remember the connection between the two plasma poles? You create one half of the other and you get the feed from it. And you can take as much as you can physically absorb and no more. The soul of the creator is not within the body of the man, but is connected through the fields to the soul of the man. You are the smaller part and you receive from the bigger. That's why we always receive what we call the messages or the elevation or understanding of what we should be, because we receive that from the creator. But according to our structure, we'll receive according to what we understand and what emotionally we are capable of.
And how would you describe, or could you discuss the role of the heart in that? I know you've mentioned the heart before in some of the teachings. Maybe you could briefly describe how the heart interacts with this.
The heart is provider of the energy of the physicality in respect to the emotional part of it, that it feeds the emotion of the brain of the man, which then affects the soul of the man. The heartbeat, that's all it does. Look, I was explaining this in the teachings yesterday, I think. Look at the position of the heart, the angle of the heart, where it's positioned in respect to what I call the soul of the man, and how the man receives the information and the energy from the energies which are absorbed inside the heart. You look at the heart as a tool of a pump, but you look at the heart, go back to the teaching we done about the position and chambers of the heart, you bring the mixture of the emotional pump side, the limb side of the physicality, the physicality of and the emotion of the cells of the physical part. Whatever is surplus or whatever is over the balance from one to another is pumped through upwards, North Pole to South Pole, which is the emotion of the man. That's why you get a heart attack when we call it a heart attack, or you get a brain hemorrhage. because the energy which is felt through the physicality, not acceptable to emotion part, is gathered, fed back, and it goes up into the brain or the emotion part, and it's so much that it cannot process. It releases that emotion, and that emotion strength is so high that it dissolves the other cells which are the physical part of the brain, and then we see disabilities, or what we call the disabilities of a heart attack. The pump is the collector of physical information and the emotional part of the physical part of the body of the man, and it has to be in balance, and continuously it's pumping, feeds the energy to the soul of the man. You look at everything in a physical way, but the heart is the feeder of your emotion, in balance with all cells of your physical part to the emotional part of your brain. As long as what you feed is in balance, you have no. You find imbalances which is not in line with your emotion, you'll get a heart attack. Where do you think the heart attack comes from? Just understand the process. You cannot digest the physicality of the emotion. Energy is too high, releases. It's a volcanic eruption. It is very much. You have the heart, you have the soul of the man and the emotion of the man in the brain. When the mixture is not right, there's surplus energy, it does. If you look at it, this is the job of your lung and your heart, a feedback system. Why do you get a heart attack if you get frightened or something happens physically? The information comes in so much that it's overloads compared to what the physicality emotion brings in, and what the what they call the emotion of the brain can accept. The surplus goes up, releases huge amount. The brain has to release it because it's in plasmatic condition. You overload. What you don't overload, you actually dilute. You dissolve the other cells into it. This is what we do in the space technology. In the space technology, we create a shield, and in deep space, you're going through a shower of meteorites. You create a field which is stronger than the meteorite you're encountering. So the energy don't blow every single piece of dust away. You create such an energy that becomes part of it. It adds to it. This is what you do with the cancer cells when you remove the cancer cells. You take the highest order of the field and it dissolves and it opens. But because here immediately hits the physicality of the brain, voila, it dissolves the cells. And as I've said in the teaching before, if you look, this is your brain, and the emotion comes, the energy opens up. We see damages to the upper arm, we see damages to the lower arm. If the field energy is so huge that it cannot release in that tunnel, it releases right across. Twist and angle in the fingers, the hand, upper hand, and don't forget both the, what I call the arm and the leg are both following the same process. So upper leg, upper arm, upper hand, or lower arm, lower leg, and everything else, you see the twist and the limp on the same side of the body of the man. I explained this in the teachings in the past couple of days. If you look at the position of heart of the man in the MRI, and look at the shape of the position on some beats, how it twists and it goes back, how it moves, and you draw a line directly from top to bottom, you can tell how and who will have a heart attack at what level. All of us can have a heart attack, which means your brain hemorrhage you can have as well through without a heart attack, but at different strength. Looking at the position of the heart, the shape of the heart, the angle of the release of the energy to the main brain will tell you how vulnerable you are. If you stand far away from it to the right, there is much, much more possible of attack through emotion. If you go to the left, it's much, much possible attack through the physicality. Because you look at where the energy comes in from the lung and where the energy goes out of the lung. The energy coming into the lung is always constant, it's from the environment. The energy which comes from the physicality, which varies according to what is absorbed, what is coming in on the emotional and physical side, and on the emotional of the physical side. So you will see who is more vulnerable to a heart attack under what condition, more physical or more emotional. Body of a man, it just doesn't happen that you have 2 eyes and 2 legs and a heart somewhere and a liver. Everything is positioned so precise to give certain effects. Eyes, the color of the eyes, the shape of the face, the shape of the nose. It's no use having a very, very big face and very tiny fingers. If you have a very big face, very big structure, you need long fingers too, otherwise you'll be abnormal, and the body never stays abnormal. And then you will see every organ, every shape. If doctors stand still and take a scan of a child when he's born, you can tell the whole history of what kind of adult he make by looking at it. I've done this many times. And then you follow it, you see if you were correct. Or when you see the MRI, you understand without the patient knowing what kind of character sits in front of you, without them knowing you know the real side. Everything is positioned in a way to fit a certain energy, and that certain energy creates certain characteristics. There is a very nice research done. There is research done some years ago. I used to have the paper. It says 85% of the men who are shorter, and then it goes to the height, by height, how much shorter. The man stands just to the forehead, stands to the eye level, stands to the nose level, stands to the mouth, and stands to the heart. It shows the degree of their adultery to their partner. And 85%, according to the survey, the research, the men who are shorter than their partner are unfaithful to them, because they stand below and they want to be higher, and they want to satisfy that emotion that they exist too, and the existence comes to give somewhere to take somewhere. So every height, every relationship in the emotion, everything in the physicality of the man has consequences in behavior, in emotion, and in the soul. You look at the position of the eye, you know what you have in your hand. You look, the eyes, people who have two eyes with a slight movement one to the other, and born that way, you will find very difficult people to handle, because they see two versions of everything and one doesn't trust the other, because the eye sees out of focus, so it has to create another condition that continuously is aware of that out of focusness. So you're on two characters. Look at the ones with two different color of eyes. absorbs different, so brain works on 2 levels. Now, put the shape of the ears, put the shape of the cheeks, put the shape of the mouth, put the shape of the heart, and then you understand the whole structure. Then you understand who you're dealing by looking at the man. And then if they give you the MRI, God help you, you see the full truth. And then if they give you this, if you can see through the whole structure, what it creates through what they call the soul of the man, then you don't need the physicality. You are getting there very, very fast. You get educated very, very fast. Any other question?
Okay, Paul, I think, had a question. Are you there, Paul? I'll try to unmute him. Can.
Is that Paul from Togo?
Yeah, he's wanted to be on as panelist, so you're unmuted, Paul. Go ahead. Hello?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Kesh. Hello.
Hello, yes, we are listening, Paul.
Okay, my question was that with this new system, with this new knowledge, it is possible to create infinity loop between physicality of man and the soul of man to keep man in the balance?
Yes, but don't forget the soul is very powerful compared to the physicality. You have to find the right balance.
So if we have managed to create this infinity loop between physicality and soul of man, in this case, man will not need to eat or to be in sickness. This was my intention.
More or less, because you satisfy the need.
Okay.
For absorption. Paul, are you going to present your paper by Zoom in the conference in Accra this next week?
Yes, Mr. Kesh.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
I said, are you presenting your paper in the conference in Accra next week?
Yes, I will present.
Regarding malaria.
Yeah, I will do this.
What happened with the wife? I've seen part of your report about the husband. I asked you for some clarification. Can you explain to us now you're online?
Yeah, she make what you call a control, and she make the total control, and they make analysis for all the body, and we get the report from medical reports like you advise us. So we let the doctor who follow her and go to another doctor, another laboratory, and we get all the reports. So I am translating now the report. I have sent you, but it is in French. Only 2 points.
I've seen the report about the husband. Can you explain to us what happened to the husband and the wife?
Yeah, for the husband, the head has gone. The test is negative. But we are now looking for the wife. She's a reporter. She's totally reports.
When is it due? Have you received it?
Please?
Have you received the report on her?
Yeah, I receive, I can say 90% of the report. It remaining 2 reports.
And what does it look like?
Yeah, for the report that we have received, when we compare to the report that she have done before we start the treatment. She have put away more of 12 illness in her, only remaining 3 on the report paper.
What's the 3? Is it HIV is still there?
Yeah, I have to translate it because they make abbreviation. So we start to translate it in the normal way to send you and see how to do.
But what's the level of the change in HIV?
The level is very, very good because before we started the treatment, every week she should go at the hospital, take more injection, take the products. When we start a part of these 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks, still today she never feel illness. She never gone to hospital. So physically and what I can say, all things is okay for her. And before Mr. Kesh, what is beautiful is they said to me before they are putting like $200 in the hospital every month for her. No, when we started, I say before we started the treatment,
yeah,
they were spending like more or $200 per month for his health, for his for his treatment at the hospital. So when we started the treatment until today, they never spent this money for going hospital. So that is very good for all the family, and the whole family is dancing every day. They are very, very happy. His children, doctors, she also, his husband, all is in happy.
Yeah, but what we are looking is what is the response with HIV? That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, this is the report I am looking for. So this week we have to get it. The problem is for the patients of AIDS, they make him, government make them registration in one logiciel. So when they go to another doctor, they will send them back to their own doctors. So we get 90% of the report. Now it remaining 2 reports, 2 medical reports, one for the test, final test for AIDS for her, and another one. So
would you receive that before Tuesday, where you're going to submit the paper, or Monday?
Okay, I will do my best.
Yeah.
When I finish,
as we say in
I will...
Africa, do your level best.
Thank you.
And we'll see, because I think if you could let Benjamin know, he can organize it, that you will show your paper in the first day in the conference. As you know, it's all African presentation conference, and it'll be a major point for what you call for presentation in Africa. Thousands of people losing their lives to HIV every year, and it's very important, because when you submit the medical reports and doctor reports, it gives it a lot of strength and credibility.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Kesh, I have no more than 25 patients for AIDS around the world by internet, and in Togo here more than 6. When we make application of plasma liquid of GANS, we are getting the same results.
What do you mean?
What happened with this husband and his wife? we are getting the same for all the patients that we are advising to use plasma liquid. And the thing who is very interesting, they have produced the guns themselves, and I just showed them how to manage, how to use it, and every time the report they are bringing to us is the same.
Can you
around
make
the
a
world.
report? Can you make a statistics report of this for Monday?
Okay,
Take
I will
the
make.
names out and show this done in different countries.
Yeah, I will make it. I have sent some yesterday to you.
Pardon?
I have sent yesterday some reports from some country like
Make
Europe.
this, make this into a part of the end of presentation that where it's used. Take the names out,
Okay.
and we'll try to give you a chance. What do you call it? To accumulate all these as a test results. Do you want to remind again those who want or would like to try, if they are affected by HIV or they know somebody, what do you do?
Yeah, I can do this, Mr. Kesh.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So for the 8 patients, what we have done is we take plasma liquid of CO2 and we mix it in the water of drink of our patients, in the water of house using, and we put it for also the water for bathing and washing the house, washing picking material and all the things with CO2 plasma liquids. The reason that we have done it is
Can
to
you
create.
repeat again? Repeat again, please. Make it clear.
Okay, so we make plasma liquid of CO2.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And this plasma liquid of CO2, the patients use it for drinking. They use it for cooking. They use it for washing. They use it for bathing. They use it for cleaning the house and other things. I was saying that the way that we have advised this way is to create plasma environments for the patients, because we have understand by your explanation that if we create the field, our body can interact with this field. So the reason was to create the environment, plasma environment for our patients. So when we make it for CO2, our patients has used it by drinking, bathing, cooking, so doing everything with this. So the day we start with this, the patient is not drinking another water. The patient is not bathing with another water where we cannot get plasma liquid of CO2 and washing house, everything. So when the patients start with these 2 second days, his urine start to become yellow and we can get some trace of blood inside. And we was advising our patients to continue. And when the patient is using it 1 week, 1 week and a half, for those patients after urine change, 4 days, they start. This is from the last report from Europa patients. But for African, we have we have seen that 1 week and 1 week and a half, their health become decrease. So they feel very bad, tired, fever, and other things. But what we have constated with European patients, 4 days or 3 days, they start to feel tired, fever, and other things in their body. So I advise them to continue. I encourage them to continue. And when they continue with plasma liquid of CO2, end of the 2nd week, their health becomes established. And then we decide to mix zinc oxide, CO plus CO2 and CH3 plasma liquid for their drinking, bathing, washing, and doing everything with this. So when they start this process, they are reporting that they become more and more stronger, and they are feeling more and more in life. So for Togolese patients, we have done with this husband and his wife, and the husband, according to the report, medical report that we get, she said is negative. He don't have no AIDS. And when we analyze the medical report for the his wife, according to the first one she done before we start the treatment, where she get more than 15 illness in her, no, on the report we get only 3 with this process. So this is what we have done, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much, Paul. So
Thank you.
I've noticed in one of the reports, if I'm lady from Europe had a different problem than AIDS, and she has reported change. Have you seen that?
Please, for the European report, patients,
Yeah.
yeah, she reported she get, I can read what she have sent to me yesterday, and I have transferred it to you.
Yeah. What does it say in that report? I haven't seen it.
I send it by mail.
Yes, I know. Can you read it to us without mentioning the name?
Okay, I will read it.
Because they give you vital information in these emails.
Okay.
You become our what do you call it, AIDS correspondent.
Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
So let's see. I hope in conference in Accra, you'll have a large number of doctors present, that especially from the government side, that you can show enough documentation that they will carry on forward with this process for the trials.
Okay, thank you. So I can read
something. I have to tell you something. I'll let you explain. It's fantastic what you're doing. Keshe Foundation, through its process, has developed a new way to handle AIDS and HIV. Very effective within 3 days. And the what do you call it? The scientists will explain the process. The way you've done that needs that process needs physicians where the process you go, anybody can do at home. And what you're doing is fantastic. It's a pleasure to hear and to see.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. So I can read what she sent to me.
Yes.
He say, I feel more strong. I make today echography. I am okay. My pancreas have some little tumor with water at 34 millimeter. Doctor say it's not dangerous, it's not cancer. It's full of water. And I say, take aerosol and put CO2 liquid, plasma liquid inside and drink it. And he say, doctor say it's not possible to do. I say, this is the patient say, I say it's possible. And I respond to her, in their world, it is not possible, but now we are in the period of the new science with new power. So don't listen to them, just go to the process. And she respond to me, she say, I just smile and I say, be fine and we will see. And last year, I have kidney stone, tropondisis, or another things. Today, they don't appear at ultrasound. So when she make son, kidney and all thing has gone. Everything else come out healthily. Liver, health, ulcers.
Hello, Paul. Could you say that last sentence again? We lost you there a bit. Maybe we could get that repeated.
This is his report and blood test for herpes. And she said, think, yeah. So this is
But let me explain. She reported having herpes. Am I correct?
For European patients. Please.
Am I correct? Did she report that she had herpes initially?
So when we see, yeah, this is the report yesterday she have got for his doctor. So yes, last year she got livers, beings, spleen, ovaries, kidney, head, and she make etc. etc. And when she make test yesterday at the ultrasound, all has gone. This is his report. And I make a capture of screen of our discussion and I send it to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
You're doing a wonderful job. I
Thank you.
It will carry on through Africa. Some of you might not know, but in Africa, some of the countries have made the radical decision to what they call no-hope camps. No-hope camps is where they literally put people with advanced HIV that they cannot, contaminate the others. These no-hope camps, sometimes several hundred people, a couple of thousand people in some are kept, because they don't want by isolation. They leave them in there, they feed them and they look after them as much as possible in African level. Just to be there that they can contain the spread. And they literally die in these no-hope camps. One of our targets in development in Africa is to get access to one of these no-hope camps and literally go through the process of, as we said, the new technology, maybe in conjunction with what Paul has achieved, that we can change a lot of people who've been sentenced literally to die in these no-hope camps to be able to go back to their society, back to their family. AIDS has played a massive game in disbalancing the economy of some nations of Africa. Maybe with this we can change position. This is why I follow the work of Paul very closely. I have worked in Africa for decades. I've seen the devastation AIDS has brought into certain villages and towns and families. In some cases, we have seen grandparents bringing up children, their grandchildren, because both parents are lost. And not only one, they've lost 2 or 3 children, and they're looking after all the grandchildren. And in cases, children are not kept and literally put out of the village because they can't afford looking after them. It's a big, big game, and hopefully in the coming time, very, very short time, we'll see an end to this. Not because we have to understand it costs a lot. It costs literally nothing, as Paul said, to change a life. Very, very little. But the new technology which is developed and will be tested hopefully in the coming time is very effective, monitored by doctors, and we should see the results, if it's correct, within a matter of days. And as they cannot find any, what I call, elements of AIDS in the body of the man in such a rapid way, I think it will take time for African nations to digest its development. But it's one of the powerful ways you can prove it. And this is important for a lot of us. We have entered a new dimension in plasma technology, and we release it as people are getting ready for it to understand more of. The biggest problem will be pharmaceuticals, because they've invested billions out of pension funds, which they have to pay back people to live. So they create opposition and FDA. So very soon, if you have AIDS in America or in Europe, and you don't want to be in the tangle of dying because of somebody in there has paid a lot of money to get a license, and they try to enforce it, go to Africa. It's your only life of survival. You can get processed, or you do it yourself the way Paul explains, and you walk out of it. The same situation is prevailing on cancer. The achievement in cancer research and other diseases is the breakthrough in plasma technology. We will see huge opposition by major corporations. But in fact, major corporations have no say when it comes to the life of a man who can help himself. We teach this on open channels in Africa because we have to. Europe doesn't suffer so much from AIDS than Africa does. And as you know, part of it was spread by clinical trial mistakes and errors, or desperation, or deliberately. It's no good blaming anybody, because blame doesn't solve the problem. As I said, we forget the past, we start anew. So we launch this new technology. Hopefully the people who are in Ghana will start the process, and in the coming time with a conference in Rome, we'll expand it. We expect a huge opposition, the way we did with Ebola and E. coli in Sierra Leone, to confiscate all the systems, but now people are doing it in the back doors and saving their lives. So those of you who are waiting for FDA to approve if you can use a CO2 process, walk to Africa, walk back home with no disease, and thank the motherland of where all our lives as a human race started. We go back to where we started, where we are safe, to find salvation. Anything more, Rick?
There's always more, Mr. Keshe. There's always more. There is a couple of things that maybe we could quickly run through here. How are we doing on time at your end?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
It's only 12 o'clock.
Okay. Let's see, which would be best. How about if you, I think we could show this video from the Vietnamese Keshe Foundation group. I'll just read about it first, perhaps, and see if you want to show it. They wrote, "Hello, Keshe team. Our Vietnamese group would like to contribute a way to obtain health data by using a simple Eastern medicine method. All of the below information is supplied by Vo Hyung Oi, one of the knowledge seekers, who is limited in English speaking but can read and write well. Therefore, the 2-minute video demonstration below has English subtitles to share with English-speaking brothers and sisters in the Keshe family," and so on. So he has a video, and I've got that. I can get that lined up here. And it's quite interesting, actually, I think, because we talk a lot in the various groups on how do we measure the results of, for example, the GANS testing for AIDS and so on that's going on. There are objective ways of measuring for doctors and so on, but this offers an alternate way, I think, that could be interesting. Let me just get the screen share set up here. And make it a bit smaller. Okay, and he goes on to, he's got an Excel spreadsheet that you can use and so on, but we'll get into that a little bit after actually having a look at the video, I think. Okay, so you should be able to see that there, I think, the first picture of the video. And hopefully the sound will come through. Let's give that a go.
Bắt đầu đi. Sau đây tôi sẽ hướng dẫn các bạn kiểm tra sức khỏe bằng phương pháp đo kinh lạc của y học cổ truyền.
I see we don't have the English subtitles in this version of the video. Okay, well, we'll just have to go with what we see here, and the idea what he's talking about, which is, let me just say that, which is the idea is the health data of the GANS by thermometer, and it's a simple method of Eastern medicine to measure the health effect of GANS on our body by using any baby thermometer to take the readings at 12 nerve points on our fingers and toes. You measure it before and after the GANS treatment to know your progress. So I'll just play through. It's a fairly quick video here.
Việt Nam. Để cho đơn giản thì chúng tôi đã đánh số ở đây từ 1, 2, 3, 4 cho tới 12. Đó theo thứ tự mà các bạn sẽ phải đo. Và vị trí những điểm cần đo thì tôi đã ghi chú trên hình. Đây là trên tay, dưới này là vùng chân. Đó. Các bạn chú ý, tôi sẽ đo mẫu cho các bạn một lần. Điểm đầu tiên. Sau đó tôi nhập cái số vào đây. Đó. Đó. Ứng với các vị trí đây là như tay trái, đây là vị trí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Đấy. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Và với chân thì cũng tương tự như thế. Chúng ta đo từ bên trái sang bên phải. Trái là 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Như trên hình. Ở chân thì ta đo điểm này, điểm này, điểm này.
I'm going to stop the video here and show the same video on YouTube where it does have the English subtitles, so we should be able to actually make more sense of it for those of us that don't know the Vietnamese language well. Okay, so let me just get that set up in the live stream here. It should go fairly quickly. There we go. Okay, and new screen share to this one. Okay, so I'll go back again, and so it should make hopefully a little more sense as we go along here with the English subtitles.
Rồi bắt đầu đi. Sau đây tôi sẽ hướng dẫn các bạn kiểm tra sức khỏe bằng phương pháp đo kinh lạc của y học cổ truyền Việt Nam. Để cho đơn giản thì chúng tôi đã đánh số ở đây từ 1, 2, 3, 4 cho tới 12. Đó theo thứ tự mà các bạn sẽ phải đo. Và vị trí những điểm cần đo chúng tôi đã ghi chú trên hình. Đây là trên tay. Dưới này là phần chân. Đó. Các bạn chú ý. Tôi sẽ đo mẫu cho các bạn một lần. Điểm đầu tiên. Sau đó ta nhập cái số vào đây. Đó. Đó. Ứng với các vị trí đây là như tay trái, đây là vị trí 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Đấy. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Và với chân thì cũng tương tự như thế. Chúng ta đo từ bên trái sang bên phải. Trái là 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Như trên hình. Ở chân chúng ta đo điểm này, điểm này. Điểm này, điểm này, điểm này. Rồi quay lại bên chân này ta lại đo điểm này, điểm này. Đấy. Tương tự như thế thì ta sẽ ra được cái bảng kết quả như thế này. Đây là bảng kết quả đo. Và qua cái tab bên này thì ta sẽ có cái kết quả kinh lạc, ta đo ra giá trị ở đây.
Okay, well, you can get the idea there of what they're doing with the measuring the temperature with the nerve points. So perhaps we can get the Vietnamese group to speak more about that. I don't know if there's any of them that are available to speak about that today. What do you think, Mr. Kesh, about that? Oh, I think I have to unmute you there. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know. We have to see it. I know about these points, pressure points. I've looked at this with some other people before. We need them to explain to us the what they call the science behind it.
Yes. Okay, there's one other video we could have a look at from Castellazzi, Massimiliano from Italy, and this is on the it's a test, once again a test, but it's for the health pain pen, the Kesh Health Pain Pen test. And let me get that on the screen share here. Okay. There we go. So let's just play this through. It's a minute or two long, and it should be, I believe, sort of self-explanatory, although I'm not clear on the exact apparatus here. We've seen similar apparatuses before, but let's have a look at this one. Okay, and that's that one. So we've seen similar instrument that you can buy that has a disc on it that you can hold your hands around it or influence it in different ways, and it'll rotate. So I guess this is sort of the homemade version of that, but the pain pen seems to be influencing it is the main thing.
They have measured, I've seen it in some places, they have measured the flow of current in the pen, and it's around about 300 and something millivolts. We have done what we call research and lab report. Very, very interesting is that the laboratory test for what we're trying to do that it shows the GaNs material are very conductive, and the conductivity is very high. This is very unusual for the water, the way it is reported. We released this report because it has application and implication in development of the new technology. So the interaction, why they move, now we can see, is totally dependent on the field flow. It's a magnetic gravitational field flow that on a DC you see this can go up to 300 millivolts. So it's a spread of the field energy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Not sure, is there anybody else that has a question at this point? How are we doing out there? There is one viewer. I'm not able to promote them because my promoting thing is not working properly. Vince, if you can promote them, that might work if there's enough room left on the panelists.
I had a question.
Go ahead, and who is it, please?
This is Steve from California.
All right, you did have a question I was going to ask for you there about the thalamus and so on.
Yeah, first, Mr. Keshe, could you clarify, based on what Paul said from Togo, because a couple of weeks ago you said that when we're consuming the waters of the GaNs, we should limit it to maybe a couple of tablespoons a day. How would it affect you if you consume, not like most of the water that you consume is plasma waters. Does that affect you in any way that?
Yes, it does. But don't forget, we are looking at the Togo case in general. You have to understand, if you go back to the teachings of some time ago, I explained the work of GANs. Very much the same as aspirin. Aspirin from up to 80, 100 is a blood thinner, and 300 or 400 milligram becomes a painkiller. We see the same process in plasma, in GANs state, liquid state. You use it to create a condition of body matching itself, or you create a condition to enforce. And with Togo is the enforcement. With 1 or 2 spoon is creation condition for the body to go back to its original. There you're trying to kill a germ. Here you're trying to balance a field. It's a big difference. Very, very big difference. We've seen the changes with the small is the same as what Togo is doing. He's literally covering all corners. But at the end of the day, body will only take what it's capable of to take and what it wants to take. But that's why I said we are watching this, because this is a huge change, and it literally changes the whole environment of the house, the body, internal, external. And with 1 or 2 spoon, we are not looking at change, but we're looking at bringing a balance in. That's the difference, and I still keep the recommendation to the same, because this is a trial we watch, and we will gather the knowledge. The process goes very much as we explained in agriculture, where when you feed the land or you water the land with the GANs, you don't actually water the land, that the energy of the CO2 is absorbed by the plant. You create what I call a greenhouse. You create a shield, that anything in that zone behaves like what you call a greenhouse effect. You create the environment. This is why when you use CO2 gas, water, or you use water which is energized with CO2, as we've seen with water agriculture, you actually can throw the greenhouse away if you're working on the cover. This is continuous presence and creating a condition. And we've seen this in agriculture very clearly. Do you want to stop sharing? I can explain. I explained this before in the teaching. What we see is when you, for example, drink the water, you affect only what is left to part of the body you want to control. When you drink, this thing is becoming too sensitive. When you drink and you wash and you use everything in the house, you create a shield, you create an atmosphere in the house. You look at the physicality changes. We look at what the environment brings in, which changes the balance. There is a new development which, as I said, we wait for the full scientific report on it, which we see we only want to change the specific characteristics in a specific part of the body to see the age changes, and we think we have found a solution to that we don't generalize. Where, for example, as I said, in farming, when you put, for example, a bottle of water in the water, or when you water the the land with CO2 gas is not the gas which touches the physicality counts. The gas creates a shielding effect. And the way it was produced, as I said, usually you have in the CO2, you have zinc oxide and you don't clean it properly. You always carry a certain amount of amino acid. What you do, you create a field that doesn't matter what happens outside. These plants, the border plants growing in this green environment, or what you call magnetic field of the CO2, because going back to the pot where you produced zinc oxide or copper oxide with zinc and you produce CO2, you create a condition where the amino acid was on the top. The moisture is in the air. You have now created with the metals, with the CO2, which is there, creating condition of flow, a field flow, where the rapid growth or the extension on the growth will come from the amino acid, the food of the plant. So you create an environment, you don't feed the plant. And you look at it as CO2 in the water has become the fertilizer. No, never such a thing happens. And this is what we recommended to one of our agriculture people. You build a greenhouse and you put a dome on it. Now, with GANS technology, your greenhouse is the burden, is the blocker of the growth. Because now the amount of air which can lead to creation of protein, which is the food of the plant, is restricted by physical barrier. So when you understand that even the plants absorb protein from the environment of their existence that allows them to grow, you understand it's how we condition, what environment we create, in what size and where, which affects the process. This is what we suggested to the people. That's why we see people who use the CO2 or nanomaterials in open farm, their harvest goes crazy. They produce so much because now they have created what I call gravitational magnetic shield, which is due to the way they started the production of CO2, absorbs continuously like the protein on top of the water, but this time the protein continuously comes on the leaves. So the leaves receive, as part of the digestion system, the protein they need. And they receive more than they actually need. So they grow more, they create more fruit. And you look at it that, oh, we water with the CO2 becomes the fertilizer. No, the reality is you change the environment. And in this environment, you find out a lot of parasites and other things cannot exist. This is what I call about changing, understanding the totality. And the beauty of it is, this shielding, this greenhouse, makes the whole vegetation immune to temperature difference, to heat of the place, and everything else. And the beauty with it is, you can cultivate on it year after year. The GANS will not die. The effects of it will be there. In the coming months, we test this in agricultural land, and we report it to you. It's the same. When you take a little, you try to affect directly a certain amount, certain position. When you, the virus of the HIV, it's, in a way, Paul is forcing it, where with a small amount, You create a different condition and you allow it to happen. And we see now very, very small amounts, very small amounts used in the right way can give a faster results and much more effective results. But as I said, the data is to come and then we release it. And this time the research is done in conjunction with scientists who will announce very soon the expand the Keshe Foundation research team. Hopefully within next few weeks we make this announcement. The Keshe Foundation research support team will increase to about 1,000 people worldwide. Arrangement has been made, understandings, so we have signed agreements, and these are cream of the scientists worldwide. We are opening what we call in conjunction with number of government center of excellence for plasma technology.
So my question that I wanted to ask was that I created the GANs of the thalamus with the intention of changing the ethos on this planet, and
you're looking at the wrong end. Why are you looking at the thalamus? Let's see your point of view. Let's see if we understand.
You mentioned in the past that the soul resides in the center of the brain, and that this small.
A lot of you assume it's thalamus.
Okay.
Okay, it's your assumption. I didn't say that.
Okay.
And the strange thing is, it has no physicality. It's a hollow space.
But I was looking at the area that surrounds the hollow space, perhaps the fields of the RNA are within the thalamus. And that by creating the GANs of the thalamus, I could create the cobalt, iodine, or the cesium spectrum to go to the next step.
As I always say, try it, why not?
And that's what I'm doing.
And
I was, perhaps I'm looking for confirmation to see if I'm going down the right path.
We are always right. Learn something and I keep on going. We are all right according to what we'll understand at the end of it. Nobody is wrong with plasma technology. It's just understanding what condition we created and where does that condition fit into.
Okay.
And how we apply it. None of us, nobody is wrong. That ethos of what you do is wrong, it shouldn't be. I always say, you do it even on the winding of the coil. You do it your way. What we're going to learn from it is important. Not who is right because I did it and you did it. I stacked 4 and you stacked 2, I'm better than you. It's what condition we achieve counts. What does it bring? Or does it bring something we don't see and we say it's wrong, but in fact we have created something that we didn't know? This is the beauty of this technology. It's the beauty of understanding the essence of creation. There is always a solution, and it's us to find out this solution fits to what question and what can it solve. None of us is wrong. Nobody has been wrong. I hear so many people say, don't do this, don't do that. I opposed vigorously with Dr. Elia Kostova using a needle injection for a human body. That was because of the transfer of energy, rapid transfer of energy. And if you want to do it with anything else, If you understand the energy transfer is dangerous. It's highly, our body cannot transfer AC/DC program into it so rapidly. And it can cause havoc. It can cause a lot of problems. And even that you can use if you understand what you're doing and understand the consequence of the use. I explained this to a group of people. Do you know what's the difference making a steak and making a kebab? Very simple. With a steak, you have the fields of the flame coming from outside, trying to penetrate what they can penetrate. Why, when you make a meat on the skewer, a metal one, you find a different taste, different cooking? Because the metal transfers the heat directly right into the center of the meat. You're cooking from two sides. The process is different. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. In changing things, in using things, none of us wrong, as long as we understand the process. A lot of people like a steak, a lot of people like kebab on the steak. And it tastes totally the same, it's different. Because one we seal on one side, one we cook from both sides. We just make a donut of it. But we don't look at it that way. The heat transfer is through the metal internally. You make a, what they call it, meat with a piece of wood, which the heat transfer is 0, and eat it, and put one with a metal stick and put one on the fire and cook it side by side. And then you'll see the difference, and then you understand. It's the same with what you're delivering into and how you're delivering it. And none of us is wrong, but understanding the problem starts creating, because we do not understand full totality of it. And at this time of moment, a lot of people don't. Very easy. You look at the new data. There is the guy who's putting the pictures out on the internet. I just explained a few minutes ago. Pen, the health pen delivers 300 millivolts. You can change it to deliver 700 millivolts. They change it slightly in different format, it'll deliver 10 millivolts. And now you put this in the body of the man, insert it, and then you deliver such energy into the cells. It's horrendous. Where it's outside, the body takes what it likes. It has the environment to dissipate it into. It's a big difference.
Yeah, I just thought by using the thalamus I could replicate the condition to produce the cobalt and the iodine that we were looking for that didn't come from an element.
Can I ask which animal you're using?
The sheep.
Would you like to see your people going bah, bah?
Yes, better than what they're doing right now.
Why not? We learn.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you indeed.
Mr. Keshe, isn't the pineal gland the one that connects us with our soul?
I don't know. You explain to us. And what's the reason?
Well, the Eastern beliefs say that the pineal gland is the third eye, and it's a connection with our soul or our spirit.
And?
Well, it's not the thalamus, which is nearby there, but it's a pineal gland, apparently, according to Eastern beliefs.
Everything on the observation of the field. It's like what they call the whales. They send us waves out to see where the food is. We do the same, but we have reduced the creating the eyes. And whatever you want to call that is there, is part of our radar system. It's not just you can use it to feed the soul. It's another detection system which more or less, the more we become physical looking through the eye, because it's easier, uses less information to what you call to siphon. We don't use it, but it's there. But doesn't mean it's the only way to your eye, to your soul. It's the same as your eyes. It gives information directly to emotion. It's a radar system than anything else.
Going back to the agriculture, with the GANS water sprayed on the tea plants, could we produce tea during the winter time, the 12 months a year?
We think so. It's good to try. The Chinese report says it can be done.
Yeah,
we have seen. We've seen from the agricultural report that it looks that way.
Yes, last Saturday I was with a tea producer, and we're going to try this, test this out this next winter. We're going into summer right now, but we're going to test it all through next year.
Yeah, if you are doing it, make sure you test another land without it, far away from it. Then you see the real. This is what I've repeated before. I repeat again for those who do agricultural trial. Do not compare to the immediate land next to, because you still touch the field. If you are comparing, if it can survive or the harvest will be different, choose a piece of land 100, 200 meters away, that you have the minimum interaction. Don't forget, the farmer is the connector. That's one of the problems. The farmer which harvests or cuts the plant, what do you call it, trims it or looks after it, and he goes amongst it when it's CO2, and then he goes another 100 meters, which there was no, what do you call, CO2 used, but you still transfer the energy. We've seen this very recently. I think if our guys from Australia are there, I asked them to show this last week with the 2 pots in the fridge with the reddish leaves. You will understand exactly what I'm talking about. Are people from Australia online that they can show?
Yes, we'll be able to compare with all of the different plantations here. We got over 300 kilometers of plantations, tea plantations, so we'll be able to compare it all over the province here.
It will be very interesting to see how much you affect the next door and how much you affect the one next door to the next door, and get a feel of it, because your neighbors most probably get the benefit of your work too.
Yeah, the main idea is also to get rid of the use of Roundup, the Monsanto liquid, to get rid of all the pest plants that grow bile tea.
For that, you have to look into changes what each plant will live or will not live in. The process is that you got to see if you put this kind of GANs, you will encourage the growth of certain seed which before wasn't growing, but the ones which are growing are not growing. So only thing you do, you change. You have to find a balance. I've seen this happening, and one of the things which I was talking to, just 1 second please. The process is the farmers, a lot of what I call people which grow apples and pears, they don't make use of the land beneath of it. It's left alone. They don't cultivate. Very few do, and if they do it, very little for what you call for grazing by sheep. With this technology, you don't have that problem anymore. You can actually cultivate above and below. If you go back to what you call Roman gardens, you see this very clearly. In Roman gardens, especially when you go to Sorrento and that part of the country, south, or what you call it, southwest, you see these Roman gardens where they fence everything and they stack woods on top of woods, and they grow plant trees according to the height what they want to do. So at the lower level, for example, they have the lemons, and then the next level of the stack, and 2-3 meters high, they have the wine leaves and the wine, and then on top of it they grow very tall cherry trees. One creates a shadow for the other. But when you look on the ground, there is nothing, it's bare land. And they do this because they protect usually the lemon trees. It took us to understand, it's very scientifically done, even not a few thousand years ago. What happens if you put a lemon in a shadow and still growing, what they call limoncello, but they produce from it, has a totally different taste than if you have a full sun blast lemon. They relied on the environmental change. But now, if you put a GANS which covers all of them, you can plant underneath on the ground as well. They couldn't plant because there was no sun. It will be very interesting how the development, if the farmers start planting the suns in the bushland. They do that in Africa. In Africa you get mango trees, and between the mango trees they produce huge mangoes. They cultivate like a lemongrass. But nothing else grows. Can we change the GANS that by change of the GANS we allow different vegetation, different seasons to grow? It's very highly possible. And then it applies the same. Would we grow by changing GANS or putting GANS on the near vegetation? We grow different what I call greens. We stop the ones which are bad, maybe we reduce the worst one. Or do we change the condition that in that environment only nothing grows? Because we create a condition where no amino acid can touch the land.
What if instead, yes, what if instead of spraying with GANS water, we put small pipes around the trunk with the GANS water with a bit of GANS? Would that be different?
What about the other way? Put your balls of GANS on top of the tree to absorb more from the top. That's where your food comes from. You're still on the old tradition, you think comes through the ground. No, it doesn't. The food comes from amino acids from the above. You'll hang it on the tree like Christmas, balls.
We could put a pipe all along the lines of tea trees, so
Yeah.
do that effect.
More or less, why not? The thing is, it's a new technology, and there is no limitation. As I said, none of us is wrong, and on the other hand, is to maximize the harvest. Would it change the taste? Now that we grow CO2 GANS, or if you put a slightly 10% zinc into it and 20% copper into it, we'll get a sweeter lemons, or would we get a bitter apple? I told you, this knowledge will keep millions of people happy for millions of years and busy in trying to find out how it works. And none of us.
Maybe we could have Christmas trees that last forever with GANs balls on them.
Yeah.
Everlasting Christmas trees.
Yeah.
That could put a lot of people out of business, but the business of cutting down trees is not the best in the world.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you don't cut the trees, what's going to happen to them? They cut themselves. They change.
But they grow and have a lifetime, though, in that case, before they cut themselves. Would you like to continue, Mr. Keshe, or should we wrap it up here, do you think?
Yeah, wrap it up, whatever it is.
There might be another question or two, but I'm not clear. There was a couple of people I promoted recently, but it's
I think today we taught enough if people understood what was taught.
Mm-hmm.
The understanding of the production of hemoglobin and the application of it is enormous. You will do this in a space if you want to extract unwanted field energies. Because sometimes when you absorb a huge amount of energy, it becomes a virus. If you extract it, you bring your own demise. So you need to do it in a slow rate, a slow pace, but do it in a way that doesn't change the characteristic of the humanity or the body.
There was a question from Umit that I should ask, which has to do with which patches should we use to handle burns and growing amputees. Amino acid of CO2, CH3, CuO2, and each in separated sealed patches. And which order is the best? Which comes to the bottom, the one that goes on the top, and so on. Is that something you'd like to address now, or is that...
Can you explain more?
Apparently, I believe it's her, she's just asking what do we use to handle burns and for amputees, or I guess amputated limbs. The amino acid of CO2, CH3, CuO2.
You cannot grow, it'll be very hard to grow old amputation. You can use CO2 GANs liquid for reducing phantom pain. You can produce copper oxide nano-coated GANs plate, a small pin, button size, to attach to the end of the amputation where it becomes like a semisphere, and literally drain all the information that it doesn't lead to phantom pain. You'll have no more phantom pain. In respect to burns, you have to understand the process, what you're trying to do, or you're creating environments that the 3 layers can repeat themselves backwards. The body is made of 3 layers of skin. So you need 3 layers of amino acid on the other side, which is on the top of the wound. Or you use 2, you allow what you want to be developed. Remember, the strongest is in the center. So the strongest patch has to be outside. The weakest patch has to be next to the skin. Because when the 2 strong on the different balance try to transfer energy, they feed the center, you get a rapid growth. The skin of the man is literally cancer state dried. So it's very near to matter state, that's right.
Okay, I think there's pretty good clues there for that question.
Hello.
Who's this one?
Yeah, this is Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah, Mr. Kesh, I have some question. One of European patients have mixed CO2 plasma liquid with coffee, and she is seeing double. What happened at this level? And I said to her to don't mix with coffee. So every time she mix CO2 plasma liquid with his coffee, she starts seeing double.
I don't know.
That reminds me of the joke. The patient comes into the doctor, doctor, I have this terrible headache. Can you help me? I'll take these aspirin and go home and see if that helps. He comes in the next day, doctor, this headache just won't go away. I'll take this stronger aspirin and try that. The guy comes in the third day, still not helping, doctor. And the doctor says, so what are you doing before you're getting these headaches? Well, I'm banging my head against the wall. So sometimes the cure is not in the trying to come up with a fancy painkiller when it's you have to get at the root of the problem, I guess. I'm not sure if you got the joke there, but
I got the joke, yeah, no
it
problem.
was funny years ago anyway.
The problem is what does this create in the vision level of the brain? You have to understand how does this affect the balance in one of the eyes in energy level. When you see double vision, you see two things. It means the ball of the eye in the line of the vision into the neural system sends the information slightly different than others. So you see the two. Our brain used to decide how much of the mixture is going to use, but this time we cannot. So most probably it affects the structure of the brain in the level of the sight, and that's what you see at double vision. People who have double vision, if you have experience with them, like with a back head injury on the level of the eye, they see double. And because one slightly moves to the other. And one of the ways they bring it back in line, they put like a curtain, you know, those blinds, slide blinds on one eye, different bandwidth to the other, and then they adjust the two to get used. So it creates a movement or a position in respect to the brain, in respect to the eyeball. So it doesn't move off the line of the neural system of the vision. Otherwise you don't see anything, you become blind in the eye, because it focuses on the wrong place, not on the neural. So what is done is most probably creates a pressure. One moves slightly forward to the other and you see two of the same.
It also depends on how strong they make the coffee, no? Not like the Arabs or the Italians, which make very strong coffee, or the Americans that just make a tepid coffee, very light coffee.
They say, do you know why the Turks have a curled up shoes? Try their coffee, everything turns backwards. So strong.
It turns their eyeballs all over the place.
It could be the Gans water itself could be strong as well, perhaps.
It's the Gans water which affects the position. Depends how they made it, most probably.
it'll strengthen the coffee almost certainly.
What is the effect of heat on ingesting Gans water is an interesting question too. If you take it hot water, it doesn't matter if it's hot water or cold water when you...
Don't think so. Gas is temperature independent.
Mm-hmm.
Because
life
lives even in the coldest part of the planet and in the universe.
Here we're drinking a lot of mate, the green tea we have in this zone, and with hot water, and it doesn't change the characteristics. You acquire just the good stuff about the plasmatic water.
Okay, there's a couple people that are asking. Jalal says, I have a small question. Do we have time, Mr. Keshe, or shall we wrap it up?
A few minutes, it's nearly 1 o'clock.
Okay, Jalal, and then Azar is asking if they can ask a question too. So we have those two people. If we can wrap it up with them, that would be good. Either one of you, let me see, I think. Oh, Azar still has to be promoted. And there we go.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Good morning, Azar.
My question is on your book, The Origin of the Universe, page 13. When you talk about antimatter, which is a stronger field, which is actually our soul, when they become, they loosen up, unwind, and they become lesser field. I mean, weaker field, they become materialized, but then the existence of that, it depends on other magnetic fields that make it to exist. So the question is, the 500 people that hold all the control of the humanity, the existence also depend on us, because without us, they cannot live. For that reason, and they also know that's the truth. And that's why they cannot get rid of everybody, because they know the existence depends on other people. Am I right?
I prefer not to say much, because it's us who has given them the right to abuse us. It is not them to be stronger. I call it British policy. British policy in the West and the rest of the world has been very simple. We are little, but we bring submission through blood. If you look all the British system, even in present time, in different war zones wherever British are involved with their American soldiers, mass murder is the rule of the game. You kill so much that the people get fed up of blood, and by tyranny and murder, you frighten people to submission. Is that the 500, or is us who accepts to take the seat of let them do what they like to do? I can't see it anymore. It needs 1 or 2 people to literally bring the 500 into submission. You got to realize, I always say, these, what you call 500, they're as strong as long as they sit in the throne of what they are. You bring them to the point where they feel their own action, they become as timid as us. So it's us who allows it, and it's us who puts it through that they can do what they like. So there is no 500, there is no 5,000. It's us who allows the abuse. It's a very, very, very straightforward. Very straightforward. They do this with us all the time. We accept it because it's the only way we know. But the position is, are they 500? Or are they 5,000? Or are they 1? Or is it one who does everything else according to be? This I was explaining to somebody very recently. The structure of British system, nobody has ever understood. And I explained this before. And one island has brought more or less brought the whole planet into submission to do whatever out of total fear and murder. Because the British system is very, very simple. The simplicity of it is what carries it through. You have a government which gets elected for people every 4 years. But you have monarchy, which is the owner or the ruler of the government, of the nation. Government is for public. Nation is for the monarchy. Government plans 4-year plan. We come and change taxes, few peanuts for here and there, we put roads or whatever. But the monarchy who actually owns everything is for 200 years ahead. Who's going to be, whose son's going to be the next president, the next kings? What do we have to do that we have an income? It's a family which needs to be fed to keep them in power. So they do any mayhem. In the house they are perfect, outside they carry mass murders. So have we allowed one family, one person, or as a council, what we call a privy council, plan for next 200 years, and then we follow every day with the government? We hope we do whatever we might do. All the nations which are not monarchy run have this problem. That they're only planned, and then the next 4, and some things could be extended to 10 years, 15 years, but that's as far as they can go. But British monarchy is planned for next 150, 200 years. So is it one person who's deciding everything which happens around here and around everywhere else through total mass murder? Are we looking at who is going to be, what they're going to be, or when they become rich they are forced to accept the condition, or when they become prominent accept the condition to be part of? So, or do we need to just raise the level of their soul and you find out they have no more to say? And the second one is the best choice. This way you don't fight it, you let their soul to fight their physicality, and it's so easy, and nobody has ever done it. And nobody wants to do it, because let it be. Look at the history of British monarchy in past 500 years. It's been total submission by blood. We killed so much till it's done. And before they had a few soldiers, now they have a 300 million soldiers called United States of America. Because British gave freedom to the black. In the Ghent Treaty negotiated by the Russians between the Americans and the British, British never gave freedom to the Americans, to the white Americans. They were allowed to rule. And now we see the same process. American nation, the white American nation, has not got the freedom. They're still, they're more or less a slave to the contract, Ghent contract which was signed. They're allowed, they call it 4th of July, but that was all we decide to run our terms 4 year, 8 years. The government is still monarchy in UK, and that's why we see in the present wars, Americans do all the aggression and everything else, but all the crimes corrected by British. Every position of the war you look, you will see, but it's not transparent to a lot of people, you don't see it. But for people who are educated in the background, we see it very clearly. Look at the Iraq war. Americans took Baghdad and the rest and the allies. British moved into Basra, nothing else, and there was no problem. Basra is a port of export of oil. We export 4 million, we don't pay a cent. They took the cream out of us. Look at the situation in Afghanistan. Thousands of American soldiers and allies got killed. British moved into Helmand. That was the whole policy, moved to Helmand. Production of opium increased 30 times. Where does it go? Who gets financed by it? Who receives the benefit of it? Why only British are allowed to be in Helmand? The social structure have not understood geopolitics of United Kingdom. Look at Libya. Who went to the central bank and took $140 billion of gold? Why is not added to the assets of British government? Is added to the assets of British monarchy. You don't find, where is this $140 billion of gold which shipped from central bank of Libya into United Kingdom? Doesn't show as a national asset because it doesn't belong to the nation. It belongs to the monarchy. Same situation in Syria. Is the monarchy who's after the resources because it fits the others who are around to fit in. And who's losing? The soldiers, Americans, because this is part of the contract. They never gave freedom to the white Americans. They allow them, like British monarchy, to rule. The only thing they don't do, they don't have by name the king as the head of state. But in fact, they are foot soldiers. Look at the recent past, all the military motions. British has created a huge army called United States, run through London. And now, do we blame the 500 or do we blame the one? Look at the next hotspots where the Americans are running. See what's in it in the background for British. What are they looking for to gain? Very easily you see the politics. Because the nation plans for short-term government. You're happy to have a prime minister, you get 10 cents short. They plan how to have an income for next years, 100 years. Because this money which comes in, it becomes the backbone of their rules and their monarchy and their running. British monarchy is a perfect illustration of rules, if you understand it. They established the United Nations and they carry more or less 65% of the votes.
And then they have Canada and Australia as reservists.
But the thing is, you have 2 veto votes out of 5. They can veto anywhere. Because Americans veto for them or they veto themselves for themselves. That's why we get into all these wars and killing, and the Chinese and the Russians can't accept. You got to see the truth behind the structure. It's the only nation which has 2 voting rights in United Nations. And usually one suspends and the other 2 and the other one is brought in and they get what they want. It is a very, very, very well organized one-man band, one family. And this is why the British monarchy finds a lot of conflict with the Iranian regime. Iranian present regime is set copy of the British. Religious leaders, they can do what they like, and the government elected 25 years. And the religious leaders plan the long term. Ahmadinejad didn't plan the nuclear proliferation and the work of Iran. It was set by Ayatollah Khamenei. From the day he came into power, he could see the power of nuclear. And he guided it through, doesn't matter who was the prime minister. And this goes exactly as a match to what they've set up, because they understood the process. 2 different armies, one you call the Iranian army and one you call Sepah. British army and the American army, still the same, 2 different but the same. It's the first time ever a match has been set against them, and that's why they find it as, because now it can become a force. Understand the geopolitics, then you see how easily things done. How look what's been in the present wars, and who does it benefit in which way, and why is always American at the end of the wars? What's in it for British monarchy? Who collects the loot is the boss. You export 3 million barrels of oil a day, you don't pay nobody, you have $100 per day, and you're doing it since 10 years. And nobody knows who sells what. And American lost all the bodies, British collected all the loot.
Is it gonna end soon?
Pardon?
Is it gonna end soon?
You decide.
I think it's time for the tooth for the tooth, eye for the eye.
It's the time to elevate. That was the old way.
Yes, but this elevation, I don't think as we wanted is gonna go that way. I think the way
You see, you always, as you wanted. It depends what you gave on what condition to bring peace to humanity, or for you to find the satisfaction of your own, what I call ego. It is very easy to do it if you want.
So that's what I'm trying to do. That was my intention.
Let's see how far, how good we become at it to elevate the others. But I taught you something, if you understood today, that it can do it very fast.
the hemoglobin.
Shall we call it a day?
Thank you.
I think so, Mr. Keshe.
Very much indeed. Thank you to all those who participated. We try to make it more than the others, and we teach in between. But the level of teaching goes very high from now on, step by step. There are a couple of things I received a reminder to explain to you. As we are developing to move away from hybrid generators to solid state and wireless system, we'll release the technology in next few weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, because the hybrid failure would have been very high, and the solid state gives us the chance to be able to deliver a permanent solution. Hybrid system was bulky. Now that we're developing the solid state, it brings changes in our production and delivery. So you'll have a delay by about 3-4 weeks maybe before we do it. But we'll show it in public. We don't say when. We're expecting to show it very soon. That you see it, and then we have to put it through the production process of changing it, because the hybrid had the dynamic motors and it had compressors, and the new version is slightly different. And at the same time, as I said, when you go to solid state, you have to understand the process of wireless transmission, which we're trying to do it all in one go. We don't need to change again. So we'll wait for that to be done. So next, those of you waiting for generators to be done in October, you just gotta wait a few more weeks to remove. It's more or less that we organize the change of the production into a solid state.
There was a question, Mr. Keshe, from Mojira Jan about the wireless generator and so on, about October 20th, which you just answered. But he's asking, or she, about how about in India? Can we join them in this in these countries that are coming together with wireless generator?
We're trying to sort something out. As I said, we are joining a very large what I call research center operation, and this brings a lot of advantages and what they call new knowledge in. We have to understand how we're going to utilize this new addition, which might come in the next few weeks, and then we'll run it totally different way. We have seen people who come and learn and just go and abuse it. So as we learn, the habit of a man hasn't changed. We change it in a way that it benefits the whole humanity. The other point is respect to Ghana conference. We wish you all the best with the conference and those of you who attended. And hopefully in the next week or 2 weeks, we'll see the feedback from the conference. Thank you very much for today. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everybody in the background.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Very good. Okay, that'll end the 141st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, October 13th, 2016. And as ever, thank you everybody for attending and for participating and all that. Okay, I'll end the live stream.